Hey everyone, how are y'all? Janice, how are you? Avery, how are you? Okay, hold on just a second, y'all. I gotta fix my air. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Hey Sally Mae, how are you? Richard, how are you tonight? Hey Justin, Jan, how are you? Hey Courtney, how are you? Princess Megan, how are you? The amazing Tiff, how are you tonight? Y'all don't forget to hit the thumbs up and don't forget to put your chat on live chat. Hey Frank, KK, how are you? Hey Wilby, how are you? Thank you, Janice. Uh, yeah, I gotta take a love reaction thing in my way. Just a second. All right, emails pinned to the top of the chat. If anybody wants to email anything to me, yeah, it is hot here today. Has anyone in here been keeping up with the Natalee Holloway case? Like it started way back in 2005. Hey Richie, how are you? Avery is supposed to be in the 80s all next week here. Avery, you went to the court today dealing with Joran Sloot? Okay, so Lady V, Tia comes Sloot, and Sally Mae. When Joran Vandersloot finally came out and admitted that he murdered Natalee Holloway after all these years, 18 years to be exact. Avery, did you get to talk to her? All right, and I'm gonna go ahead and throw the link out for panel. I do want to keep it on topic tonight regarding this case, and then after we're done talking about that, we may move on to something else. But as of right now, I want to kind of keep it on this topic. Janice, I agree. 18 years, and he finally decides to. Oh, Avery, that is awesome. I'm glad you got to give her a hug. How are y'all?
Good, and you?
Doing good.
Doing good. How are you guys doing?
Doing good.
Very well, thank you.
Hey guys,
How are you, Lady B?
I'm awesome. How are you guys?
Doing good.
Very well.
Hi, Lady B.
Hi, hun. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I've been meaning to call you, but it's been a little crazy.
Okay.
Okay, hold on just a second, y'all. I'm trying to move stuff around.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of nail posts in Discord, Lady V. You're staying busy.
Yeah, definitely staying busy.
Not the real custom, intricate kind of nail.
Hey, Cool Gamer, how are you? Big Al, how are you?
What's up?
Hey, Big Al.
Hey yo.
Hello.
Howdy do.
Hi, Big Al.
What up?
What up?
You sound cheerful tonight.
That's another day.
Like, okay.
Hey, Aaron,
Okay.
how are you? Y'all, I don't have room. Oh my god.
All right, people.
What?
Click that like button on your way in.
Okay.
Let's keep it rolling tonight.
You
I'm
tell 'em.
trying to move stuff around on my desk and I have no room for nothing. Okay.
That's how my nail desk workstation is too.
Kind of ridiculous, honestly. I need to clean it.
My desk
Yeah.
is all.
Aaron, I'm
clean-
doing good, thank you.
I clean mine quite often, like every time I get done, and then I immediately mess it back up.
Spirit of the trees, how are you?
What's
Avery,
up, my
Avery,
homies?
how are you?
Hey,
I'm
Avery.
good. How are you all?
Doing
Good,
good.
thank you.
Okay,
What?
so Avery, I'm sorry, go ahead, Big Al.
I was just gonna say, what up, G to Avery?
It's Cat Lady.
I had a break today, and so I had pretty much the day to myself, to kind of do whatever I wanted. And I got very confused because there's many courthouses in Birmingham. And so I ended up getting there late, but I still managed to get in. And I did get to see him, and
Oh, wow.
he doesn't have, it's just not what I expected at all. I seen him smile. He doesn't have like any kind of remorse or anything.
Oh,
But
he
I
never
pre-
has. Yeah.
Yeah, that
He
is
looks
true.
yeah,
awful.
but
He's
it
a
pretty much
total sociopath.
yeah.
Definitely.
Because I got there late because I didn't know which it was at the federal courthouse. And I didn't know that. I didn't even know this was a federal case. That's how dumb I am. So I had went to the wrong courthouse, and but then somebody filled me in on everything that had happened, what I had missed, and then I got to hear like the end, and then afterwards I got to hug Beth as they were getting in their car,
That's
which
wonderful.
I've met her before, because like I remember when this first happened.
Oh, yeah.
I know it seems like forever ago.
It does.
Yeah. And I lived here. I lived here in Alabama already when because I moved here in 2002, and in 2005 I was in college and I was working at the golf course, and I think that's when the case broke. I believe 2005 or 6.
May 30th of 2005 is when she went missing. So
Yeah.
I would say the first part of June is probably when all of us here in the States started hearing
Mhm.
about it.
Hmm.
But, whenever they extradited him from Peru back to Alabama, there was a picture that was taken of him and he was smiling in the picture. Hey, Tonka.
Yeah, I seen him do that today, and I was like, and I actually kind of like said out loud on accident, like, what the F? And then the guy standing next to me was some kind of a news guy, and he elbowed me because I guess, like you're not supposed to speak out loud in there.
Right.
But I was just surprised, There was a lot of people there. Holy moly.
Well, that
It
smug
was-
little prick thought his family was going to get him out of that whole time.
Yep, he sure did.
And that's
He
the
is
only
not-
reason he finally gave up and said, well, I'm going to be in here, so I might as well tell them what they want to
Yeah,
know.
he
And
is-
maybe
But
He's
from
not
what I
likely to spend a day in jail in this country for this conviction, though. Pretty
But
much
from
when
what-
he gets out in Peru, he's going to be a free man.
Well, what I understood, now I may have got it wrong, but because Beth and the people that she was with were saying he'll never see a day outside of a prison again, because once he serves his sentence there, then he has to come back here to serve the sentence here.
Yeah, it runs together with the crime in Peru, I think, and he's
Okay,
going
so,
to be
yeah.
locked up there forever.
The
Oh.
way I understood it, it's running concurrent with
Yeah.
the 28-year sentence that he has in
Oh.
Peru.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
not
he
going
got-
to have to do time here.
He got 28 years down there in Lima for the murder of Stephanie Flores. And I can't remember exactly what her dad did, but he was a very powerful person in Peru. But
Yeah.
he got 28 years for her murder.
Well,
He
why
got-
would they run the sentences concurrent? That's bullshit.
To get him to proffer.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay, I got it now. Duh.
So really,
And-
he got a sweet deal for nothing.
Yeah.
Because the statute of limitations in Aruba has ran out, so they can't charge him for Natalee's murder down there, because after 12 years, the limitation is up.
Mm.
He'll never be charged with her murder. And
Now,
he
I
admitted that.
I did hear that after he gave this confession, that they hooked him up to a lie detector test
Mhm.
just to
Yeah.
see if he would
Yeah.
pass.
Part of the
And he-
deal with the proffer is if they catch you telling a lie, they can backtrack on the agreement.
Yeah, so I take it that this confession is, pretty true because he passed.
Yeah, he did.
The-
And she even
I
says
don't
that
believe it though.
a lot of people still thinks that there's stuff that he's hiding, and just
Mhm.
what he told might have been the truth, but they still think that there's more to the story. Hey, Tiny Dancer, how are you? But because it's running concurrent and he's been in the U.S. since June, he got time served for the time from June until whenever they take him back to Peru. He'll get time served for that.
Yeah.
If for some reason he ends up paroling out early before his 20-year sentence is up in Peru, if he gets out before then on the other charges for the Stephanie Flores case, then he has to come back to the States to finish serving out his time.
Thank you. That's what it was. I knew
Yeah.
I knew I wasn't crazy. I heard them saying something about him possibly having to come back here.
Yeah.
So-
What
that
was his sentence?
If you got
again?
money, prison in Peru, you can basically purchase any service you want.
And he got 20 years to life, right?
He got
No,
28
he only
years
got
in Peru.
he got 28 years in Peru, and then he's been in there, I believe, since 2010.
No, I mean for here, it was 20 to
he
life.
He got 20 years here.
Oh, I thought it was 20 to life. Okay.
It was
22.
hold on. Wait,
Well, it's a good thing
it
I'm not
was
a news reporter.
240 months.
It would not surprise me that if Peru, knowing this, wouldn't and the U.S. might make some kind of backdoor deal that they would release him early down there, so he would have to come here. If that
I
would
think
happen,
he was wanting to stay in jail here.
yeah, he wants to be in the U.S.
yeah. If he doesn't have money, jail in Peru is hell on earth. If you
Well,
have
his
lots of
family's
money,
got money.
it
His
can be-
family's got money.
Yeah,
But from what I understood, he's in pure hell in that jail in Peru. I
unless
think
you
he's
have
got
lots of
beat up
money.
and everything else down there.
Yeah, you have to buy everything from protection to you got to buy your food. I think down there.
See, I didn't go like with a notebook, like paying attention to details. I just really wanted to hug Beth.
Did you get any pictures or video inside or
No.
outside?
Mm-mm.
That's sweet, Avery.
I don't think you can take your phone in the courthouse. So I just left mine in the car because that's how it is in all the courts that I know of in Alabama. So
In
How
I just
long
Louisiana,
was
you
it?
can't either.
well, I got there late, so I don't know. I think it was like 10:30, 11, I think is when it was done.
So it didn't take, what, an hour maybe? I don't know. I didn't watch it. So
Oh,
Yeah, because it would have probably started at what, 8:30, 9 o'clock. I forgot what time they said that it was supposed to start
Yeah.
today.
as long as Natalee Holloway's Beth Holloway got her closure, I'm okay with everything. That's the only concern and hopefully she did.
Well,
She said that.
the one good thing about this whole thing, him coming out and actually saying it, is in U.S. prisons, he's not going to get preferential treatment for opening his mouth on that one. The guys in
Yeah,
prison don't like crimes against women or children. And
that
he
is
pretty
true.
much said, I committed a horrific crime against a female child, basically. She was only, 18 when it happened?
Yeah.
18, and he did it because she turned down his advances.
So he's a sexual predator.
Yes,
Mhm.
Ding, 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 ding.
that's the reason why he did it.
He ain't
Had
going
he
to lay
not been-
jail too much.
Had he not been caught for the woman in Peru, he was a full blown SK. He would have repeated this
Oh,
over
I
and
bel-
over.
I
I believe that.
I do believe
100%.
that.
He's a
Because
psychopath.
whenever, yeah, he went, it was clear, and it was like he didn't even, I don't know if he just didn't pay attention to that camera that was outside that hotel room where he murdered Stephanie Voorhees, or if he just didn't care, because he went in and out of that door several times and they caught him on camera and they saw her go in but never come out. They knew he did it. Nobody else went in that room.
Yeah, and he
He
fled
thinks
to
he's
what,
above.
Chile?
He thinks he's above the law.
Yep.
And you know what makes me mad, and this is a personal issue, is that he's given the Dutch a bad name. I mean, because most of them are not like cocky and narcissistic and psycho.
Well, that's the wealthy family, the cocky attitude.
Yeah.
He thought he was going to be able to buy his way out of this shit
His
ever
dad was
since
a
the
judge.
beginning.
Yeah,
Well,
his
that's
dad is, like I said, his family's got money. And I thought, honestly, he was going to try to blame the two brothers as well, Deepak and Satish, but he just said that they dropped him off and he did everything alone. And only
Well, I
ended
think he
up,
had to kind of stay with that because he couldn't use them for alibis the first time around because they were checking everybody out.
right. Well, he ended up getting 240 months with credit served for the extortion and the wire fraud here in the U.S. He's been here since June the 8th of this year. What else was it?
I hope he gets his ass whooped in prison.
Yeah.
Well,
he also
he's been beat up down there. He's
Yeah.
done. That's happened down in Peru.
he got
You
charged
know-
with trafficking in coca while he was in prison down there. You guys remember that, don't you?
Yeah. He has a child, right?
Yeah, I heard he got married and had a kid and all that.
The little girl.
Yeah, but based off of just like his agreement, his plea agreement that he got, each one of those charges is no more than 20 years. So he would have gotten 40 years maximum here if he wouldn't have did the plea agreement, but he just got the 240 months. The sentence is to run concurrent with the sentence in Peru. Once he serves his sentence, he will be placed on supervised release for 3 years. He's required to pay restitution of $25,100 back to Beth. That is the total amount that Beth had sent to him. He's required to comply with the forfeiture provisions set forth in Section 13 of his agreement, and he must pay a special assessment of $200. So that's part of his plea agreement that he did.
Which is nothing to him.
No. And he was trying to get $250,000 out of her. And her attorney went down to Aruba and brought 10,000 because she was initially going to pay the 25,000, but they couldn't go down with no more than 10. So he was wanting her to wire the money to his account. She ended up wiring like $100 into his account to make sure it was a legit account. Her attorney goes down. Avery, thank you so much for that super chat. Avery says, phone died because I'm always prepared. All right. Well, Avery, if you want the link back, just let me know and I'll drop it where you can come back up.
Oh, you gotta love that girl.
So she did $100. It turns out that it was a legit account. Her attorney goes down there with $10,000 and meets up with Joran. She wires the other 15,000, and he tells this attorney that she has been buried underneath some concrete, that underneath some houses that was under construction at the time.
Yeah.
And all this and that. And then they get to looking into it and investigating it. And there was, where he's saying that these houses were under construction during the time that she was murdered, there was no construction going on. So they knew that he lied. And so he ended up with the $25,100. And 3 days after that, he left and went to Peru. And then did what he did to Stephanie Flores down there.
He's just a dick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think he had a gambling problem because when he went to Peru, he was staying in a hotel where they gambled.
at a casino. Yep. Because I remember them showing him on the video footage at the casino. Gotta keep up with chat, that way I'll know if Avery wants to come back up. But yeah, this dude, he deserved life, but he knew that after 12 years that Aruba couldn't do anything to him because the statute of limitations was over with at that point. All right, let me get this out of my email real quick because I do have Natalee's mom's statement today.
He claimed a religious awakening too, didn't he?
Yes, he's not the
Yeah.
same person because he found the Lord Savior. I'm like,
I mean, I hope he has, but
I do too, but that's what a lot of them say.
Jailhouse religion is
I was like, okay,
different than
listen.
freedom religion.
When Christ was on the cross and the thief was next to him, he said you could have this day in heaven with me. Not that you could go to heaven just one day, but you still had to pay for your crimes. Just because you're saved doesn't mean there isn't consequences to what you did that you have to pay for.
Yeah. Big Al, thank you so much for that super sticker. That was very nice of you.
And he's a sociopath, and I don't think you can ever be cured from that.
No, and like Bobby said, he would have done it again if he wouldn't have got caught in
He would have a line of bodies behind him had he not caught Peru.
Absolutely.
And just when he did this to Natalee, he was only 18. I don't think he had turned 19 yet when he did this. No, maybe he was 19 once he went to Peru. I think remember.
He was 19.
It was 2010 when he was in Peru.
Yes. Avery, thank you for that super chat. Avery said, I read his confession on my channel. Scar, if you need it, I'll email it. I have his plea agreement. I haven't got all the way through it, but yeah, you can email it to me, Avery, if you want to. That'd be fine.
Yeah, the plea agreement has that in there.
Oh, it is in there? Okay. I haven't got through all of it.
Unless you don't have the whole thing.
It's 50-something pages long.
Yeah, you don't have to read most of it, though.
Yeah, I was just kind of going through, trying to get the most important parts of it. And I still haven't got through all of it. All right, let me grab this and pull it up real quick. This is what, oh Lord, we're doing the wrong thing here. This is what Natalee's mom, Beth, had to say afterwards. Make sure I've got it turned up too. Okay, and while it's playing, y'all, I'm gonna mute out. I'll be watching chat.
Hey, I can tell you with certainty that after 18 years, Natalee's case is solved. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. It's over. Joran Sloot is no longer the suspect in my daughter's murder. He is the killer. In the course of his felony prosecution, here for extortion and wire fraud indictment, he gave a proffer in which he finally confessed that he killed Natalee. He described when and how he killed her. He said that after killing her on the beach in Aruba, he put her into the water, and that was the last that he ever saw her. That was all verified by a comprehensive and conclusive polygraph test. Even with this confession, though, he can't be tried here for Natalee's murder. But I'm satisfied knowing that he did it. He did it alone, and he disposed of her alone. I won't give you the details of his brutal confession. Those will be forthcoming when the proffer is made public. You will also have details of the plea agreement which was reached. His sentence of the extortion and the wire fraud will run concurrently with a sentence in Peru for killing Stephanie Flores. And that's fine with me. Thanks to a lot of very smart and dedicated people here, I got the answer I've been searching for the past 18 years. Joran Sloot's confession means we have finally reached the end of our never-ending nightmare. And for me, reaching the end of the nightmare, being over, is better than closure. It's been 18 years since Natalee disappeared, and Natalee would be 36 years old today. I still miss her every day. It's been a very long and painful journey, but we finally got the answers we've been searching for all these years. We finally, today, we got justice for Natalee. So thank you all so very much and being supportive of us in our long 18-year journey. Thank you.
All I got to say is she's a stronger person than I am. To be able to sit in a courtroom, Madam Mom, how are you? Be able to sit in a courtroom knowing what he did to her daughter.
Yeah. And she has stayed steady for the last 18 years.
Oh, yeah, she hasn't
Every
given
year or
up.
so, she would do something new and something. I mean, she stayed on the job for this the entire 18 years.
Yep. And I want to say that I heard, like, a long time ago, several years ago, that she snuck into the prison in Peru where he was at so she could talk to him.
I seem to remember something about that too now that you bring that up.
Now that's a mama bear.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. She. Hey, Stoney, how are you? Yeah, she, like I said, she's a stronger woman than I am because I would have just being in the same room with him.
Did
I
you
don't
ever
know.
watch his? Did you ever watch any of his interviews?
I might have, like, in the beginning.
I mean, he would
I did.
he just looked right in their eye and flat out lied while he was staring them right in the face. That's cold, man.
Oh, yeah.
I know that Natalee's mother needs to believe what he's saying, to give her peace. I get that.
Right.
I find the story so crazy. I mean,
I
they
think.
showed the beach where he supposedly did that, and there's no big blocks of any kind out there. And if he put her in the water, then, or should I hold this until you read it, Scarlett?
No, actually, I remember reading it now, and I think I got a screenshot of it. But let me see if Avery
Okay, I'm gonna
sent
wait.
it to me. But no, there is a mention of a cinder block in the confession. Him taking her out to the water. To me, it just seems like it would have she would have washed back up.
Right.
But also, you can take someone out far enough and they won't come back. But like I was reading through Twitter today and some other people were commenting on it. There's other islands around there. She could have.
Yeah. I would have
washed
to know
up.
more about the current and different things to be able to think if that was true or not, you know?
Right. Yeah. And I think that she's going off, though, also, or what is helping her with this closure is probably the fact that he took the polygraph and he passed it. But
He
there are
probably passed
people.
it because he believes his own bull. But
Yeah,
you
and
know.
he's a psychopath. People like that can get around a polygraph test, and he probably what he told was the truth, but I still think that there's more to it because if y'all remember, there was an audio recording of this dude, and he was talking about calling for a boat. I can't remember if it was a family member or a friend, but something about him calling somebody for a boat.
Right.
You got to remember, there's like 20 something species of sharks
That is true too.
in the Caribbean islands. So I hate to say it because it's gross, but red things hit the water and animals.
Yes, it attracts
It's
them.
feeding time.
Yeah,
Yes.
the animals do their thing, and unfortunately, he probably knew that and took it into account.
So Jamie, Texas chick, brings up something interesting. She said Greta Van Susteren doesn't believe him fully because there's a reef, and she would have washed up. Have you guys seen on Twitter where JLR caught video of Greta Van Susteren? And hang on, let me go look at who it was.
Wasn't he there today at court also?
Yes.
Okay, I
He
thought I
recorded
seen
it. It's between Nancy Grace, Joe Scott Forensic, and Greta Van Susteren after the court hearing. And publicly Buzz said they're going to take the video and clean it up so we can hear. But it was quite a fiery exchange outside the courtroom. I can't wait to see that.
Yeah.
And that was between Greta, Nancy Grace, and who?
It says Cheryl McCallum and Joe Scott Forensic, host of Body Bags.
Oh, that's Joseph Scott Morgan.
Yeah, I like him.
And Greta.
I remember when Greta, she was on this case when it first happened.
Oh, yeah, she was.
And that's when I started watching her.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And she was like on top of it.
She was.
Yeah, this case was about as big as OJ. I mean, it was every day in the news
It was
for a long time.
She's such a pretty girl, only 18 years old. That's so sad.
Yeah, right after she graduated high school.
Yeah.
And all she was doing, just her and some friends went down there for their graduation trip and was supposed to come back the next day. And they all went out to a club that night, and she ended up leaving with Joran and the two brothers, and she never came back. Greta interrupted Nancy's interviews or whatever she was doing, JLR. Okay, so I thought I saw JLR when I was scrolling through YouTube today, had posted something about her. It might have been on Twitter, I don't remember, but I thought the way he posted it that he was saying that he was there. And he had asked Beth a question. I think it's what it said.
I'm sending it to you in a DM so you can see the photo that he got.
Okay.
Hey, Wheelby, I don't know if you know this, but your camera's on.
Hold on, let me bring up.
I can't see anything. It's dark.
No, it's
It was on. I can tell you what color.
Yeah, I took it
I
down.
can tell you what color lighter you have.
Yeah, when I moved around, look, my desk is like a.
Ava says she got 100 on Nancy. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that.
Yeah, I got
was it Nancy Grace? I can't remember if she was on it from the very beginning or not. I want to say
I'm sure
was
she
too.
was. Yeah.
If she was in a cage match, I would pay-per-view that.
She's
I would.
feisty.
I would have to see it.
She would stand her ground.
My money would be on Greta.
I'll take Nancy.
They're very straightforward
They are.
people,
Yeah.
and I
I'd
think that's
love
why
to
a lot
see
of
it.
people likes them, and then a lot of people don't like them because of how straightforward
I
they
think
are.
they should fight. Cuomo should ref, and somebody needs to kick him in the nuts in the process. And that would be just a trifecta perfect. I would pay $99.99 for it.
Okay, so Jamie said yes, she was on it. I thought she was, but I couldn't remember.
I thought she was. I thought I remembered her saying something in one of those motherly, you're in trouble voices about him lying.
Margot, how are you? Margot says, I hope her friends feel guilty in a way.
What?
Margot
Who?
says, I hope, she's talking about Natalee's friends. I hope her friends feel guilty in a way. I mean,
Why?
Why? They had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
I
no, I
mean,
think what she's saying is you,
They
when
let
you
her go off.
go, yeah, by herself, when you
Yeah.
go to somewhere, you stick with your friends. You don't let one go off by themselves. You see what I'm saying? But
this
at
is
the same,
very
like, I
true.
get that. I do get that. And I agree with that. If you go somewhere with your friends and it's all females, there needs to be an understanding made that you don't leave and go off with somebody that you don't know, especially in a different country by yourself.
Right,
But
but at the same
also,
time,
she was 18 years old.
yeah. And I'm
So
going to tell you from personal experience, these Dutch guys are very good at getting their way.
Oh God, you can't open the door like that, Lady B.
Wait,
Oh,
what?
yeah, I can. I'm
Uh,
married to one.
oh, well, there you go. All right.
They're very persuasive when they want to be and very charming.
That's pretty much all men.
No,
okay. So then with it said they didn't realize that she got into the car with them until it was too late. They tried to stop her. I don't think they should feel guilty.
No, I don't think so either.
No.
I really don't.
I don't either.
But it's always a thing, though. If you go out with your friends and it's all females, don't leave your friends and go off somewhere by yourself.
Yeah. It's
You
just part
never
of
think at
awareness.
that age, you think at that age you're, invincible.
Yeah,
Nothing's going to happen. And all the other girls are doing it. And, I mean, you're not going to be that one.
yeah. But I don't think her friends should feel guilty.
No,
No,
not
I
at all.
don't either.
It's just part of awareness, and that's where we can help people in different situations become more aware of
Yeah.
things you can do to make things safer and less likely to things to happen and go bad.
That is true. It's a very sad situation. Okay, let me grab this video because Avery read the confession and she left out all the ums and filler words that was in it.
I just love to listen to her read.
Okay, where am I at here? Okay, let me get all this stuff down off of my screen. Because, yeah, whenever in his confession, there's a lot of ums and a lot between him and his attorney. And knows and all that. And as a transcriber, them are all filler words and gets irritating trying to read them. So let me pull up Avery's thing. And can a mod grab Avery's channel link, please? Yeah, here we go. And drop it in the chat for me. Stuff is just not on my screen right tonight. Okay, so Tiny Dancer says, I'll be honest with you, Lost Souls at high school. I know this is taking a bunch of teens to another country with only a few chaperones, especially in a country where at 18 the teens can drink. I mean, there's high schools that do it here. Take the seniors to other countries, and I wouldn't have let my daughter go, but
Yeah, we all went to Myrtle Beach and didn't nobody go with us.
This is
Yeah.
really hard to hear, you guys, just so you know. It's like, I don't even do trigger warnings, and yeah,
looking at the triggers
it's
now.
sad.
So
It's a sad one.
okay, so yeah, mods, if y'all can just go at trigger warnings. It's the video is 4 minutes long, but it still needs trigger warnings put out. All right, here we go.
Is the transcript of Joran van der Sloot's confession. This is a confession that he gave to his attorney, Kevin Butler. I'm going to skip over all of his ums and uhs because it's quite irritating to hear. And this portion that I'm reading is only about 4 minutes of the interview, but it's the most crucial part. And finally, Natalee Holloway's family has answers. This is hard to hear. Actually, everybody wanted to know what exactly happened to Natalee, but I think it was more, is she alive or was she sold somewhere per se? But unfortunately, it is not, what anybody hoped. She is definitely gone. It begins with Joran, and he says, she asked to go back to her hotel, but I was just trying to get dropped off a little bit further away from her hotel so we could walk back to her hotel and I might still get a chance to be with her. His attorney says, okay, that's what I was hoping for, he says. His attorney says, okay, so what happens? Joran says, he says, yeah, and Deepak drops me off at another place, a little right of the Marriott Hotel known as the Fisherman's Huts. This place is not so far from the next hotel, which is the Marriott. And the next hotel after that is another Marriott, which is a timeshare. And then it's the Holiday Inn. We walk along the beach. His attorney says, all right, do Deepak and Satish get out? Come with you? What happens? Joran says, no, Deepak and Satish leave. They leave. They go back to their home. I assume they go back to their home. They get in their car and they leave. I'm actually with Natalee walking along the beach. I find a space before we get to the Marriott Hotel where I lay her down. We lay down together in the sand and we start kissing each other. I get her to kiss me again and we start kissing each other. And I start filling her up again and she tells me no. She tells me she doesn't want me to fill her up. I insist. I keep filling her up either way. And she knees me. She ends up kneeing me in the crotch. When she knees me in the crotch, I get up on the beach and I kick her extremely hard in the face. Yeah, she's laying down, unconscious, possibly even dead, but definitely unconscious. And I see right next to her, there's a huge cinder block laying on the beach. The attorney says, when you say cinder block, I'm looking at the walls of this place. Is it like those? Joran says, exact same cinder blocks. I see a huge cinder block laying on the beach. I take this, I smash her head in with it completely. Yeah, her face basically, collapses in. Even though it's dark, I can see her face is collapsed in. Afterwards, I don't exactly know what to do. I'm scared. I don't know what to do. I decide to take her and to put her into the ocean. So I grab her and I half pull and half walk with her into the ocean. I push her off. I walk up to about my knees into the ocean and I push her off into the sea. After that, I get out and I walk home.
Just like that.
It's kind of short. I mean, it's not like I wanted a long descriptive story, but it just seems awful quick and short proffer.
And I think there's more to it, that which is like the main part of it, if I'm not mistaken. I have to go back, and there was something else I was reading earlier where they were talking about that more details of the confession was supposed to come out.
Am I wrong, or can I remember other court trials where they've had proffers that where the prosecution can, they'll tell their story and then the prosecution can actually ask questions at some point during it if they want. I could be wrong about that, but it seems like I've seen that before.
Wait, say that again?
It's a proffer where you agree to tell, spill
Right.
beans in exchange for a plea. And I feel like I've seen instances where people have given their story and then the prosecution and the state has come back and asked other details. But I could be wrong, but does anybody else remember ever seeing something like that?
I don't.
Not me.
Not
I
that
could
I
be
can
wrong, but
remember. Avery says she does. Summer, I still think there was a boat involved in it. Like I remember that it was a secret recording where somebody had recorded him talking, and he talks about calling for a boat, but I can't remember if it was a friend or a family that he called.
Yeah, he definitely had help. I think the part where he says he went out in the water knee deep and pushed her out to sea, I think in his mind, he believes that, and he probably passed the lie detector because he pushed her out to sea, but on a boat.
Yeah, I have a hard time
Yeah.
pushing someone offshore and having them actually go out to sea.
Yeah.
Especially knee deep.
Yeah, it's not. You're not far enough in. It's gonna push whatever's in the water to the shore.
Right.
Yep.
And that's what a lot of people are not believing. Mostly from what I've seen online, is that part. That he's claiming that he took her out and he pushed her out, she would have came back. And a lot of people have an issue with that part of the confession.
I think he's protecting whoever owns the boat.
Probably his dad.
Yeah, because if she ended up in the ocean, there's no way it was from the shore. There's just no way. There's a reason every morning you wake up near the beach, it's full of garbage. Because everything within 100 yards of the shore washes up on shore.
Now the two brothers might not have had any part in it. I think that it's a possibility they knew what happened afterwards. And they might not have, if there was a boat involved, they might not have been on the boat. But I do think that if anybody was going to help him on that island, it would have been his dad. All right, y'all make sure to hit the thumbs up if y'all have not done so. And make sure your chat is on live chat.
Well, they have not done that because there's like 100 people in here and only 60 likes. So
I know they're slipping tonight.
I don't understand it. It's so easy.
But usually, though, by the end of the live, it's the lights are called up.
I know, but I hate it when they make us wait.
You guys, it is a free and easy way to support Scarlett. Hit the like button.
That's right. And it helps us, viewers as well, because it pulls up things we like on the algorithm.
Makes it easier for y'all to see the channel and what's coming up.
Oh, wow. I just got an alert as a mod that it has new timeout rules where you can put them. Yeah, you can put them in timeout up to 24 hours.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what did you get that alert on?
Huh?
I didn't get an alert.
Where did you get the alert at?
Well, I switched over to my other account so I could give you another like, and it popped up there.
Oh.
Yeah, you must be a special mod because I didn't get anything.
I didn't
Um,
get anything at first. It's just when I switched over to the other one that it
Hey,
did.
I'm special. I'm a special mod too, but I'm more
Yes,
short
you
bus
are.
special.
Oh, it came out a couple weeks ago. Oh, Vapor's really special. He got it a couple weeks ago.
yeah, I didn't know that they had changed
Sally
that.
Mae hadn't
He's a
seen.
premium mod.
Okay, so Exit Screaming, it says just got here. Why is he confessing now? He did a plea agreement with the United States on the federal charges of extortion and wire fraud, where he was extorting Natalee's mom, and she wanted information in the whereabouts of her daughter, so she sent him part of the money. Okay, KK, and it turned out that the information that he gave about where Natalee's remains were at and what happened to her was all a lie. And I haven't went through the entire plea agreement, but basically for each one of those charges would have been a 20-year stint that he would have had to done. So he would have gotten 40 years for it. And the plea agreement was he only got the 240 months. So he got 20 years. Plus, he has to pay back the $25,100 to Natalee's mom, and $200. What did I say that was for?
Which won't happen.
The special assessment of $200.
How is he going to access money?
He's
How is
not.
he going to pay back?
His dad. Well,
His
no, his
dad
dad
is
is
dad's
dead.
deceased.
Yeah, I forgot about that. His dad passed away. Better get a job then.
Yeah, he'll likely never pay that.
That's why I don't understand, because it's like the sweetest deal he could possibly get for.
He
taking
may
her
still
life.
have. He may still have money.
No.
What do you mean no?
Yeah,
Well, when the
his
father
dad.
passed away, he may have gotten that estate.
He may have got. Yeah, he may have inherited it. Like,
Possibly. I don't sense it's like that.
was his dad
Because
still
he was
behind him?
looking for money grabs, constantly after some of these things started happening.
I'll just
Hmm.
reiterate the fact that I hope he gets his ass whipped in prison.
Yeah.
In
Yeah,
my
he deserves it.
opinion, if he was truly sorry, he would have gotten in touch with Beth and told her the truth about it without having to be forced to.
That is
Or
true.
making a deal for himself.
Exactly.
He really put himself.
Yeah,
above
he put
everything.
himself first, as always.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Hey,
Vapor
guys.
says the 240 months shouldn't start until he pays the restitution.
Right. Hey guys, I have a lot of stuff to do early tomorrow, so I am going to go ahead and go on to bed. You guys have fun.
All right. Well,
Night,
thank you for coming up.
You're
Good
welcome.
night,
Thanks
hun.
for having
Good
me.
night.
Good night,
Good night.
You're
everybody.
welcome. Have a good night.
Bye. Bye,
Good
chat. See you
night.
later.
So yeah,
Yes,
if
it's
he had to
unfortunate.
wait, go ahead.
It's unfortunate. He only did it to get something out of it. He didn't do it to give the family closure because it was the
No.
right thing. He got something out of it.
And then turned around and
And we're-
said he wanted to apologize to her family and his family, and that he wasn't that person anymore because he found God.
He's not that person because he's locked in a fucking jail cell.
That's right. Jailhouse religion and religion out here in public, they're two different things.
If he'd given the opportunity, I believe he'd commit murder again.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I mean, it wasn't a
I
year.
concur.
No, let's see. He murdered Natalee in 2005. 2010
In May of 2010.
is when he did Stephanie. When he murdered Stephanie. So 5 years after he murdered Natalee, he did it again.
And both violent assaults
Mhm.
of females.
Yep. And I can't remember if all the details were brought out on the Flores murder or not.
They had been gambling and she had won some money. And I don't know whether he was trying to get some from her to go back and
Yeah, because I'm
go
trying
back
to
into the
remember.
casino or something, but it was something on the
if it would have been like the same circumstances as why he did it to Natalee, because she turned down his advances.
She was his girlfriend, supposedly.
Who, Stephanie?
Yes.
I thought they had just met
No.
like that day.
I read that she was quote unquote his girlfriend, but she had won some money in the casino, and he wanted some money to go back and hit the slots or whatever he was doing, and I think that's had something to do with it.
Yeah, I'm wondering. He might have got some money or something from his dad's estate when his dad passed away. Because his dad had money. No, Liza, he's not going to do any time here. He wanted to, but he was already in prison in Peru for another murder and was extradited back to Alabama in June of this year to face dope extortion and wire fraud charges. And then he's going to be sent back to Peru to serve the remaining sentence for the Peruvian murder. And he's also going to serve the 20 years down there as well. And the only reason why he would come back and serve time here is if he gets paroled out early in Peru. Let's see. He and Stephanie had just met at the poker table. I thought they had just met that night, and she went back.
I thought they had too. I don't.
To us, but it's been so long, y'all.
It had.
It seems like 18 years. Like it don't. In a way, it don't seem like that long ago, but then in a way, it seems like it's forever ago.
Yeah. I had thought, well, I could be wrong. I had thought they had just met.
That's what I thought as well. They had just met either that night or the night before that. But either way, she ended up going back to the hotel with him. And it shows both of them on camera because the camera was right outside the hotel door. It was pointing right at their door. It shows both of them going in. It shows him leaving out by itself and then coming back in by itself, and then him leaving the last time, and she never comes out of that room. And nobody else went in there, so he couldn't put it on anybody else.
Okay, so you're kids, right? You're teenagers, basically, older teenagers, and you just met and it clicks and now you're his girlfriend. Although it might have only been 24 hours or less, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. He might have just said that. Heating up water, sorry.
No, you're good. Hold on. Okay, so I don't need this anymore. Let's see, June 2nd, 2010, 21-year-old Stephanie Flores was found deceased in a hotel room in Lima, Peru. According to the Peruvian newspaper, the woman was brutally stabbed and was found wrapped in a blanket.
They were playing online poker, and a video came up of his involvement with Natalee Holloway's case, and they got to talking, and that's what started the argument.
And that could have been why he did what he did.
Yeah.
Like I said, I can't remember because I didn't go back and look at the details on her case before I went live tonight.
I know I read something about girlfriend, but obviously he wasn't.
Hey, Denny.
Truly in love with this girl, we know that. But
Denny, that's what he's saying. Denny said, then walked over to the shore with the corpse and waded in far enough to just drop it off. That's what his confession is saying, Denny, but I think there's more to that confession than what he put out. Okay, so Jen is saying that her dad owned the casino, but Jen, wasn't her dad something?
He was a bigwig. I can't remember what it was. But
yeah, I don't know why I keep wanting to say the president down there, but I know he wasn't the president. But it seems like he was into politics or something. Maybe he was like a high guy in whatever it was that he did. I can't remember exactly what it was. But I know that her family was very well known in Peru.
He was the former president of the Peruvian Automobile Club.
And maybe that's where I'm getting president from.
And winner of the Caminos del Inca rally in 1991, which it sounds like he does like club racing where wealthy people have cars that race against each other.
Okay, and Liza said her dad was an attorney general or something like that. It was something to do with politics. I can't remember exactly what it was. Eric, I agree. Eric said, I hope we don't have to wait 18 years for justice in Idaho. Yeah, hopefully that one will get started soon. I'm just glad that he finally, though, because Joran Vandersloot dude has finally came out, admitted to doing what everybody
We
had
already
basically, already knew. He was the last one seen with her. To begin with, a lot of people thought that the two brothers were involved in it.
Yeah.
But,
Good.
and I know that they had arrested, Stacy, how are you? That they had arrested Joran Vandersloot 2 different times in Aruba, but they never could keep him in jail because they didn't have enough evidence against him. And he ended up getting out. I'm just going back through my notes real quick. And I mean, Beth will probably never get that money back.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that summer when Natalee's mom dated John Ramsey. I do remember that. Wow.
Yeah, I do now that it was mentioned.
There's no telling how much money that when that happened, Natalie's unaliving. No telling how much revenue that cost that island from tourists and kids coming down on spring break and after graduation, and because of the bad PR. I mean, it.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure it knocked a dent in their economy for a while.
Big time. Plus all the money that had to be spent on the searches and all that. Okay, so Denny said that Nancy Grace must have thrown a fit when she heard of that so-called confession.
Well, she didn't have. I kind of watched some of that while I was waiting for you to come on. She wasn't too thrilled about it.
I could see the look on her face right now.
Yep.
Okay, it's trying to catch up to real quick. Yeah, Jen, his dad was something that I can't remember if it was a judge, attorney. I want to say his dad was a judge, though. I just remember that his family had money.
They had
Really
quite a
amazing.
bit of money.
Yeah, they had some kind of family business because I read where she was studying to get in their family business. I'm not sure what it was, but they had money.
Are you talking about Stephanie?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Y'all were you talking about?
I was talking about Vandersloot.
Yeah, his dad was.
Yeah, his dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had plenty of money.
Greta was pissed that the judge wouldn't let her talk today. Okay, so when this went to court today, it wasn't live streamed, right?
I don't think so.
Okay, because I looked for it and I couldn't find it. I just want to make sure.
I did too.
I don't think they do it in federal courts, do they?
Oh yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting that it was federal.
And the one that I saw, it didn't even show his picture. It just had the sound.
From inside the courtroom.
Right.
And I did read in a proffer, the state can question.
Yeah, Jamie, I keep forgetting it was federal court. I'm so used to doing all these cases that are state. see. Wasn't there a Lifetime movie about this? I know there was a documentary about it.
Link
Remember,
for
there was a
Abrams.
okay. I can't remember if there was a Lifetime movie.
Haley Cummings has been found.
She?
That was rumored on another channel I saw, and I don't
I
think
just
that's
saw
true.
it. Well, I just saw it. JLR just tweeted
Yeah.
it or X'd it or whatever you want to call it.
It's still
Somebody
there.
brought it out in another channel earlier tonight, and there was another Haley Cummings with the same name found, but in that channel they said it wasn't. And I don't know the Haley Cummings case, so. But
I
I
don't.
can
I heard.
see.
I recognize the name, but I don't really know about it.
I think it's either her sister or her mom that posts her flyer every day on Twitter, and every time I see it, I try to share it. All right, Avery, can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah, I'm back. I don't know how long I'll be back because for some reason StreamYard drains my phone battery.
Your battery, yeah.
But I was going to tell you guys, I remember Stephanie Flores. I remember that her dad was a police general. And the reason I remember that is because Joran had filed a lawsuit against them for like 10, I think it was like $10 million because he was saying that her father had used his political connections to have him extradited, and something about like his rights were violated and
Yeah,
stuff like
I
that.
heard that.
So I do remember that he was a police general, and then he was also like a famous race car driver.
Okay. Yeah, that's what Will B was talking about. He was a president of something, and that might have been where I was wanting to say he was a president, but I knew it wasn't president like of
Yeah,
Peru.
but I think police general is like really high. And I mean, I think it's like a really high position.
There it is, because that it's pay as you play.
Maybe you could look it up, Will be.
I've looked it up. It just
What
all I can kind of see. They have a family business, but I do kind of remember what you're saying as well.
can you
Uh,
look up and see what a police general? I think it's police general
yeah, I've
is
got it on Google, but I just can't find
in that country.
an in-depth bio of the dad. I'm looking. I'll keep on here.
And then
Did,
once he was extradited over and he filed his lawsuit, then he retracted his confession. Like the man is crazy. But the
did,
video, I sent Scarlett a video, and the channel that it's on only has one subscriber. So I don't know where it came from, but it's the video of Joran when he's in the car and he's being secretly recorded, and it's just a short video, but it's translated, like the subtitles are in English. And he definitely says that he told the guy he wasn't going to say names, but that they definitely used a boat. And then the guy was like, well, you something about you had to go like at least 2 miles offshore, and he's like, yeah, we did.
Yeah, because just walking out with something and pushing it out into the ocean, it's going to come right back.
Right. But what's so disturbing about his confession is we don't even know. I mean, he's assuming that she was deceased, and she probably was, but I mean, there's a possibility she wasn't. Yeah, and that bothers me too.
Yeah, because he never said, "Oh, well, I checked to make sure she was," or
I mean, all because she didn't want to mess around with him. It,
well, he was just a rich kid with a bad attitude of
yeah,
entitlement. But I do want to say, Denny, I think it was Denny. Denny. A lot of times, they put cinder blocks as brakes for the water.
Okay. Stephanie Flores was a college student who was the daughter of a presidential candidate. Okay. I knew there was something to do with the president with her dad. So he was a presidential
oh,
candidate.
So he ran.
Yes. Okay, I had to look it up because I thought I was going crazy there for a second.
Yeah, I remember the lawsuit really well. I remember him, Joran, trying to say that her dad used his connections, to have things done. He didn't win the lawsuit, but I just remember all of that. Um, and I remember him being a police general, and so I guess he did run for presidency.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, Denny, it does say in the confession that Natalee fought him back, kicked him in his crotch. So she didn't. She did fight him. That is a good thing. She didn't just lay there and let him do whatever he wanted to her.
And she probably had no idea when he was standing up that he was getting ready, to kick her.
She had just won $10,000 in a online poker game.
Who, Natalee?
No, Florida's
Stephanie.
daughter.
Oh,
Stephanie.
Yeah, because it says in this article that they started playing poker in Joran's room when an email popped up on his computer linking him to the Holloway case.
Yeah, and she kept questioning him about it. He was trying to, make it out like, oh, that's just a bunch of.
so is that why they think that he unalived her? Because
that's
Yes.
what the theory is.
Yeah, because
My
it says in this
goodness.
article, this made Flores upset. She hit him, claimed Vandersloot, who also alleged that he smashed her in her nose with his elbow. The red fluid gushed out, and she nearly fainted from the blow. He then grabbed her by the throat, banged her head against the wall, and he finally used his shirt to smother her.
Yeah, I just read something about the crime scene, and they said it was just horrific.
Yeah. So that's
And for some reason,
what he did to Natalee.
sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
For some reason, I keep remembering like another video popping up over the years of Joran talking about him selling her into,
I remember something about that too.
but I can't find it.
He did what now?
That he sold her. And
Sold her.
Sold Natalee.
Oh yeah, that
Yeah,
was a rumor that went around.
And that she was in another country, Thailand or
Yeah,
He did say that. Yes.
Yeah.
okay, Thailand. But what's the other one? What is that other country?
Singapore. Was it Singapore?
No, it's
I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I remember that.
Really bad
going around
for that.
like 6 months to a year after all that happened.
What was it?
Well, he
changed his story so many times it was ridiculous.
Yeah, because I remember him saying it like to a friend, and it was caught on video or something.
And every time he said it, he would look people square in the face and just bare-faced lie.
He's
I can't remember the other country, but it's Thailand and
Bangkok, Singapore,
Vietnam, Cambodia,
no,
Laos.
No, it's not Turkey. Philippines. Thank you. So done with it. It was one of those two, Thailand or the Philippines, that he claimed that he had sold her to some people, and that's where they had taken her.
That sounds.
And I want to say that wasn't there a PI that had went and was looking for her?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I think Beth hired a PI that looked into all those.
Yeah. I remember when it happened. I remember Beth went over there and she stayed there for like, was it a month or?
She was looking, yeah.
It was, or longer. She was there
down in Aruba.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember they had the search. It was on the news every single day, and I remember just sitting there all day, just watching it, thinking, okay, is today going to be the day that they're going to find her?
And they would, and I remember, I think I seen it in a documentary or something, where Beth would be like sitting in their police department, and they would just have her sitting out in the waiting room for hours and then come back. They'd come out and tell her come back the next day. And like they just kept putting her off and putting her off and putting her off.
Yeah. But yeah, there was so many different stories that was coming out, from him, and then he ended up telling them when he got the 25,000 that she was underneath that concrete.
I mean, how sick is that? Like how can you even after you take the life of somebody's child and then take their money? How do you even sleep? He's got to be a sociopath.
Yeah, no
Oh, for
doubt.
sure.
Oh,
And
No
I
doubt.
fully believe that if he wouldn't have got caught for Stephanie Flores' murder, he would have done this again.
definitely.
And he
Yeah.
would have kept doing it until he was caught. He would have kept doing it. Because he's one of those guys who thinks that if a woman doesn't bow down to him, then he has a right to do whatever he wants to her. And if not, that's the end consequence for it. That's what happens. Or if they go against him, just like with Stephanie Flores. She got upset over him being linked to the Natalee Holloway case. And
Yeah.
look what he did to her. He felt very entitled because his daddy had money.
Her mama held it together really good for that press conference
I'm
today.
gonna tell you, she's better than I am.
Do you remember whenever his mom, where did she take him? She was trying to take him out of the country so they couldn't extradite him. I forget where it was she was going to take him.
Vandersloot went to Chile after he unalived Flores to escape jurisdiction. And
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
this was
sure,
after
but
Natalee.
maybe she went and tried to make sure he didn't escape jurisdiction.
No, I think it was after Natalee. They actually stopped them at the airport because they were getting ready to leave to a country that had no extradition.
Seems like I remember that. And back then, see, I just watched stuff like this on the news every day. I didn't
Oh, I did too.
have notes to keep up with and all that. But it seems like I remember that.
Yeah.
It's
When
just
was the OJ case?
that was 95, 96.
Because this Natalie's case reminded me of the OJ case as far as media. It was just every day for a long time.
So done with it put in chat that Beth was allowed to read an impact statement today. And at the end of it, she said, by the way, you look like hell, Joran.
Yeah, he got sores all over his face.
She did. Yeah.
Yeah, I read that too, where she had told him that. And that's good for her. She deserved to say whatever she felt like that she needed to say to that dude.
Yeah.
It's kind of just, I don't know. It's just like a bittersweet day. I mean, they finally have answers, but at the same time, it's just
It doesn't change
sad. Yeah.
what, how awful you feel about it.
I think there's more to the confession, honestly. I just don't believe the whole walking her out and pushing her out, and that was the last time he saw her. I just don't believe that.
I was looking for you in the camera while she was having her press conference, Avery.
Were you?
I was looking. I'm like, is Avery out there?
No. I was not anywhere near there. JLR was up there.
Yeah,
he was
you were
close.
chasing a squirrel. I saw you.
Now, what's the story about the argument between Nancy or the news reporters had some kind
I'm
of
gonna have to find out
Greta.
more about that.
Yeah.
Greta Van Susteren and Nancy. Do
I
you know
don't quite understand it.
Did you see JLR?
Yes. But
You talk?
No, and that's not my first time running into him. When Carly Russell went missing,
Yes.
in Navarre Beach, I ran into him and Bullhorn Betty, and then I was out searching, with the search crews, and then they alerted us that they thought they had found her body here in Alabama, and it was like 15 minutes from my house. So me and my sister jump in the car. We
I
all haul
remember
butt
that.
here.
Yeah.
And then when we got there, the roads were blocked off, to go down that road to the barn. And the roads were blocked off, and we pulled up, and boom, there was Bullhorn Buddy in jail. I told my sister, I was like, turn around, go park
Go
some, no, go.
away. Go
Uh,
away.
like, I don't have anything against him. I actually like some of his videos, but I don't want to have a conversation with him.
He's good on boots on the ground. I'd like to see him go out to Arizona and do the cover the Chelsea Graham thing a little bit. He
Yeah,
was
I
doing
tell
that.
you what, he
videos
gets
that I
around.
like watching.
He gets around really quick too, man. He's like on
Yeah.
top of it.
I just saw he dropped the string of the courthouse today in Birmingham like 12 hours ago, and he was in Tallahassee covering a Israel Palestine rally in Tallahassee later.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I saw that too. Because I was thinking, okay, so was he really in Alabama
Yeah, that's
when
what I
the
thought.
when that was going on this morning? Because then I
Yes.
seen after that he was back in Florida, which I mean they're right there.
Yeah.
Not so it would have been easy for him to be Alabama and then back in Florida. But hey, K-Bird, how are you?
I added up the views he got during Calavante or Calcavante, whatever his name is. And it
Cavalcante.
was over 2.5 million during that. So he had to make a lick during all that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, anything that he does, boots on the ground, I will watch those because he's like
Yeah.
all up in it. He's getting, asking questions and all that. So I wish I would have got to see him in Alabama because I saw the thing when he released it, but I didn't know that there was like an argument. I'm gonna have to go find this argument because I want to hear what went on between Nancy and Greta now.
Yeah, I don't want people to get me wrong. I'm not saying, that I don't like him, but like whenever I've gone to places, which hasn't been very often, I'm not going like as a YouTuber because, I really don't do much with my channel, but like Cassie Carley, like I wanted to go search for her, not to be on camera, not to be,
Right.
because like I don't feel right about stuff like that. And like even today, I would not dare have turned my camera on and record because it doesn't feel right to me. Like it just feels icky. I don't ever want to get views or anything because of somebody's trauma.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, so Jen with 2 N says, what the heck? I just read that Joran got married in 2014 and has a child and he's divorced now. I did hear that he got married and had a child, but I didn't know that he was divorced. So that's something new that I've heard about him. But I don't know why this man has been like literally
reproduce.
Yeah, I mean it's now known for a fact that he is we already thought he did Natalee. And we know that he did Stephanie. And now he's confessed to Natalee's. So he's murdered 2 women. Why would any woman want to go marry this dude and have a child with him?
Money.
That is there ain't enough money in the world.
Yeah, but in Peru, I could imagine, like I say, you can buy anything you want in prison in Peru.
My battery
I can see
went.
where a woman think, well, he's got money. I don't know.
My battery went from 78% to 3%, so it's going to kick me off here in a minute.
Plug it
Why
up.
don't you keep it plugged in? I plug mine in immediately, both of them.
Okay.
Let's see, divorced in 2022 because he was in a new relationship with Eva something, a prettier and young. That's what I'm saying. Like, why do these women? Eliza, I agree. Those women are crazy. I just don't get it.
Looking for love in all the wrong places.
That's exactly what it is.
They made a song.
And what they don't get that he's getting out of jail. He only
Hey.
got 28 years for
He's got what,
Stephanie,
10
unless
more?
something. Yeah, well, he served.
No, it would be
13.
2010 would be 38.
So he served 13 of 28.
Well, if you got convicted in 2010 and you add 28, it'd be 2038. Correct?
Yeah, but do they give him straight time or is he getting good time?
Uh,
If he's
I
getting good
think-
time,
I
you can
think
knock like
it's-
8-9 years off that sentence.
yeah, I'm not sure, Al. I think, down there, if you got enough money, I'm sure you could, at some point, you might could work out a ruling in your favor.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know is he was convicted in 2010 and got 28 years for it. Should have been life for what he did there.
Oh,
But
for
he
sure.
got 28. He got 28. That's all he got. And he's
Something
done
tells
served
me-
13.
Something tells me he's getting, there's a lot of justice that in jail that we don't know about.
Oh, we can only hope.
Exactly.
Yeah. Jay Clark, how are you? Okay, so done with it. Says he'll be out in 5 years, they said. Well, if he gets paroled earlier for the Flores murder, then he has to be sent back or brought back to the U.S. to finish serving out his 20 years here. But he'll be in a federal prison for that. So
Lisa said she doesn't think that in Peru people get out for good behavior.
well,
No, but
maybe
he might be able to pay his way out if he has money.
that is true. Is his mom still alive?
No, I don't know.
I think
He
she
will
is.
be eligible for parole in 2043.
Vandersloot will be?
That's what I just pulled up.
Okay, so if he went to prison in 2010,
He had a trafficking charge at some point added on to something. I'm pulling something up here right now.
okay, and you said he would get out when? What year?
He's eligible for parole in 2043. Yeah, I just Googled it. So
Wait,
I mean,
that ain't the math ain't adding up right there.
well, I agree with you, but I again, there's a trafficking and coke leaves while he was in prison that they added.
Oh, okay,
Sentence.
okay.
And I don't
Yeah.
know. It says it here. He will be in prison until 2043. WPRC reports.
Okay.
That's just one article, so I'll look at.
Hey, Angie. Yeah, I can't believe that he didn't get life.
Here's another one. Let me see what they say.
Hey, Scarlett, I know you want to keep it on topic, but I wanted to tell you that in your Discord under BK case, I posted a link. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but his grandmother spoke out.
His aunt.
Or was it his aunt?
Yeah.
That's what I've read.
Oh, I thought
Yeah,
grandma.
his aunt.
Y'all, I never know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it was his aunt that lives in Vegas. Liza, I agreed on that too. Liza said that the Flores family will settle that score.
Yeah, they have the means to do it too. I mean,
Right. So today they said something about him being able to get out in like 5 years, unless I misunderstood.
I don't see that anywhere in the search, but I'm not disagreeing either. So.
Eric, no, the 28 years that he got was that's the Flores sentence. He got 28 years for her murder. And then for this stuff in Alabama, he got 20 years. And he's done served 13 or going on 13 for the Flores murder.
Yeah, because he was convicted in 2010 or
Right.
2011.
2010.
Yeah.
It says his sentence expires in 2043.
So if he's got 15 more years, wait, no, he got 28 years
Mm-hmm.
and he served 13. Is that
Yeah,
15 more years? Yeah.
but we'll be saying that he has a trafficking charge that was also added to him while he was in prison down there, so that probably added more years to his sentence.
Oh.
I'm trying to figure the math out myself, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because
Maybe he wasn't convicted in 2010. Maybe it took you know what I'm saying, a couple of years. I'm not sure.
I don't know, because I read today he was convicted in 2010. That's why I was adding it up from then. So that would have put him at 2038, serving his
Okay.
28-year sentence.
If you do the math, it's 15 off. And I believe when I read the thing about the trafficking charge, I believe that's the time they added. But
Okay.
I haven't seen any information about that other than just the one or two articles that I had pulled up. But that makes the math work then. So
Okay.
I didn't even know he had a trafficking
he
charge.
had it while he was in jail, which is weird. So
Okay, so GM2N says that his mom is still alive.
He just needs to be put down,
He does.
put to sleep.
They should have castrated him. What they should have done.
Yeah.
Well, I take that back. Now that they know that that's the reason why he did what he did to Natalee, they should castrate him before they send him back to Peru.
That sounds like a plan.
That's what they should do to him. Because he came out and confessed that was why. So to
plus
me,
what he did.
that is an SO. He needs to be castrated.
What he did for the last, umpteen years to Beth Holloway, emotional torture, he put her through after doing what he did to Natalee. I mean, he should be able to, he should have to pay some special go to hell price for that.
Yeah, because all he's got to pay her back is that $25,100 that she sent to him.
Now, were Natalie's parents already divorced when this happened, or did they divorce after?
Yeah, I was trying to remember
It
that.
was kind of during, but they remained a united.
I want to say they were divorced because didn't she go by Beth Twitty for a long time?
I think she did, and but they're still very close.
Yeah, they remained
Right.
a united type
Right.
front through all of it.
And now she goes by Beth Holloway?
What they're putting in these court documents that I've seen, she's like in the plea agreement and stuff like that. Eric, you're welcome. They're referring to her as Miss Holloway. Like when he has to pay back the $25,100,
Yeah.
it said that he has to pay that back to Elizabeth, whatever her middle name is, Holloway.
Poor
That's
thing.
how
She probably wanted the same name as her daughter back.
Probably. I think it's so sweet you got to hug her and.
Yeah, I met her the first time. I think it was 2005.
Did she remember you?
Oh, I doubt it. Because there were so many people. We were all rallied up with her for something.
Was she just hugging people?
Oh yeah. Yeah, she was just giving hugs.
See, I would do that.
There was a lot of people hugging.
Wow.
But I can't remember. I think it was 2005, and we were all rallying for something. I think she was trying to get him extradited here or get charges pressed here, I believe. And I can't quite remember. That was so many years ago.
Was that during the time that the extortion stuff was going on?
This was.
It seems like I remember that too. She
honestly,
was trying to get him brought to the States.
I honestly cannot remember, but it seems like that's what we were rallying for with her, was to get him brought here.
Because the extortion and all that happened in 2010. And her attorney went out there at the beginning of May, I think it was, because he met with the attorney, with Beth's attorney out there on May the 10th. And that's when the attorney gave him the $10,000, and then Beth wired over the remaining 15.
Mm-hmm.
And then 3 days later, on May the 13th, is when he left Aruba and went to Peru.
That could be what it is.
So
Like, I really hate that I can't that car accident that I was in February, it really did something to me because I can never remember specifics anymore. Or either that or I'm just getting old. I can't
well,
remember.
it's been so long though.
It's
Do you know how
18
long?
years, Avery.
Yeah.
I was just thinking I should have boned up on it before
Yeah.
we started, but
Yeah, because a
now,
lot of it, I mean, I'm remembering as y'all are bringing it up and stuff, but
Exactly.
I remember that too when she was out trying to get him brought
yeah,
back or getting
Yeah.
brought
Yeah.
to the States. And I
yeah.
remember there was like a huge thing with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
But
want to say that was around the extortion time.
Yeah. I think that's what it is.
I remember also, oh God, I remember they went out to that building that they said he had put her in. I'm trying to remember if they ended up having to dig something up or not.
Is that when
Didn't
he
they?
said that she was under
Parents'
concrete or
backyard.
something?
Yeah,
Or some
Yeah,
house or something? Or
that's what he told Beth's attorney whenever the attorney went down there. That's when he extorted them.
Yeah,
He brought the money down and said, "Okay, she's underneath this concrete and this house that was that they were doing construction in that area." And then Beth and him, and the I believe a private investigator and attorney went and talked to the building and zoning people or whatever, and come to find out there was no
Yeah.
construction going on at the time that
Yeah,
she
they
was
shot that
murdered
down
and
right
was
off. They
missing.
shot that down
Yeah.
right away.
And then I remember the big thing about the lighthouse at the end of the island. Everybody kept talking about the lighthouse, and they went and searched
yeah.
around the lighthouse, and they were digging in the sand and looking, and they never could find. And this whole time that he knows that her family's there, all these people are out there looking for the whole entire, like, just they basically swept from one end of the island to the other. He knew that whole time what he did to her. And he sat on that island and let that family be there, knowing what they were going through. And he didn't care.
I guess we can expect a new documentary to come out.
Probably.
I seen there's a book out on him.
Oh, I'm sure there.
Yeah, there's a
several.
book. There was a documentary that come out. Seems like I watched that.
Yeah, I feel like I watched it too.
I've
years
seen
ago.
a couple of things that I can't remember them, but I
Yeah,
remember watching them.
I think I remember watching it too.
So if you're in prison for a crime and somebody writes a book about you, do you get any of the proceeds from the
No.
book?
No,
No.
Oh, okay.
but
The
I've
they
only
always
have.
thing
wondered
they
that.
can do is like maybe, put some money on your books and stuff here and there or whatever, but they can't
Oh,
actually get paid for.
They have struck down the law where you can't gain financial gains from your crime by writing, say, your own book.
hmm
They used to have that. You say you couldn't do something like this and then write a book while you were in prison and get a big deal or sell the movie rights. But they've since changed the federal. I think the Supreme Court ruled against that, where that was unconstitutional, and you can. There may be limits, but you can get some kind of financial.
Well,
But what about
Jamie,
in Peru, though?
yeah,
Oh, in Peru,
Jamie
I
is
have
right.
no idea. I don't think anybody in Peru gives a damn.
It could be a
Because I'm pretty sure, I mean, we're only seeing what is went on in the States and what people here have wrote
Yeah.
and documentaries and stuff like that because of Natalee being from here. But what about in Aruba? I'm pretty sure that there
Yeah.
was stuff that was written and all that down there as well about what happened.
Well, I would think, like if any new documentaries come out and any percentage were to go to him, it would just be like
No, he
diverted.
gets no percentage. He
Diverted
gets no
to
money.
it would
to
go
any
to-
money from anybody.
Hey, Megan,
But
I think that money would go to Beth
Yeah,
because
she
she owes
would.
that
Yeah.
If he were
restitution.
to get any money from somebody doing business
Yeah, she would get that
in the
first.
States, yes, she would could lay claim to that. But nobody's going to pay him a nickel for anything.
He don't deserve it, honestly. I mean,
I mean, he's not interesting. We've known all along he's a liar and a psychopath. It's just.
Beth does deserve her money back. I don't blame her for paying him the money because she was wanting to know where her daughter was at, and she must have had a little bit of faith in him to pay that money to try to find out. But he owes her that back. I mean, he lied to that lady about where her daughter was at. All these years, 18 years, he has been lying to her.
Plus the
He,
emotional torture. I mean,
Yes, so actually, he really owes her way more. He should pay. He tried to extort her for $250,000.
yeah.
I
She
wonder
gave
if
him
he,
25.
I
He
wonder if
should pay the whole 250,000 to her.
I wonder if he has any inheritance money from his father that they could
Everybody
take.
says that his
I don't
father's
know.
this and that. I just don't get that sense
I
that
don't
they're
know.
that.
I would
Well,
think, because I don't know how it works in Aruba, but somebody said that his mom moved back to the Netherlands. But I'm wondering if when
Aruba
the
is
dad died,
a colonial. It's the Netherlands.
yeah. So I don't know how
They
that would work
claim to
there.
it.
Like, would the mom get everything that the dad had? You know, kind of like here, if your spouse dies and
Hmm.
there's a will, the will says that the spouse gets everything that the deceased spouse had. Like, I wonder if that's sort of like a same thing down there. Like, did the mom
Yeah.
get everything, or was it assets that was divided up between them, or what?
Hmm. I have to look that up and see.
I just pulled it up. The net worth of the Vandersloot parents is somewhere around $1 million, which is not that much.
Oh, wow. I thought it was a
Basically, they
lot
own a
more.
nice home and a little savings.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought they were worth a lot more than that.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Pretty
what I
sure
was saying.
legal
Everybody
fees
kept saying
and
it,
all
but I
that for
never had that
him
sense.
when all this first started down there. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of legal fees that had to be paid.
Yeah. Gosh. I wonder if his mom still talks to him. I'd disown my child.
I'm sure she does.
I couldn't do it. If I knew
Yeah,
for
you
a fact
would. You
that,
would too. I mean, you wouldn't approve
oh,
of that behavior. Nobody would, but mothers
I
have a
don't know.
bond
Yeah,
with their
I wouldn't
children.
condone it at all, but I would still have to. I would want to know.
Yeah.
I'd straight up ask them dead ass to their face, why did you do this?
Yeah.
I'd
Like,
have a hard time with it if I knew for a fact that my son took the lives of not just one woman but two. I would find it very hard to ever communicate. I mean, I'd always love him, but I don't think
yeah,
I'd be able to communicate with him.
yeah.
That's
I don't know.
tough. That's a hard
I don't
hard
know if
one.
she is still. I'm pretty sure she probably still talks to him, and she probably left Aruba just because of what he did down there, and
Mhm.
everybody knows about it. The attention that it brought to that island, like Will B said, it put a dent in their money that was coming in there with people on vacations and stuff like that. So that is probably one reason why she left, and it could be that she might not have had any family there.
I wonder what the prison is like, the one that he's going back to in Peru. Is it Peru where he's the guy? Yeah, Peru.
Yeah, he's in Peru.
I wonder what the prison is like there.
From what I've heard, it's not very good.
It's not good, but if you have money, you can buy anything you want, including women, alcohol, drugs, better
Women.
accommodations, better
Yeah, it's not like
food.
it is here in the
Yeah,
States.
you if you're extremely wealthy and you're in prison down there, you can.
The state got married, which that probably
Yeah.
would have been a conjugal
They have
visit,
days where they allow your uh, significant other to come visit, and you have
yeah,
they can come in your cell.
yeah, like
and you
conjugal
can get
visits.
private time.
Yeah,
Holy moly.
because I mean, he got married and had a kid while he was in prison.
Wow.
So,
Wow, wow.
the new Netflix documentary, "The Devil on Trial," is so good. It's based on an Ed and Lorraine Warren case. I've never heard of that case either.
Ed and who?
Ed and Lorraine Warren case.
Oh, I don't think I've heard of that one either.
Okay, so Sally says, according to Nancy, he's protected, and then Vapor says May 11th of 2023, according to multiple sources, Joran Vandersloot, a notorious person, has a net worth estimated at around $5 million. So I wonder what $5 million, if that is true. what
can't
that
think
can
of it.
buy him in the Peruvian prison. That's interesting.
I've always wondered how they come up with net worth.
They make it up.
I think so.
Yeah, it's not really accurate.
Because I mean, he don't
Unless
have
you-
any assets.
Yeah, unless you have securities that they can actually, multiply a number of securities in
Yeah.
stock you have in a company by a number and public figures, they're guesstimating.
Because I mean, it'd be different. Like with the celebrities, they have all these different multi-million-dollar houses and these cars, and you can kind of estimate from their assets, but he ain't got shit but a jail cell.
Yeah, here's another article that says
So-
he's worth $100,000. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're not all gonna say the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spirit of the Trees, yes, Ed and Lorraine Warren, and that's what. Let me see if I can go back and find KK's.
And Elizabeth Bergman was saying about the Son of Sam law. The Son of Sam law was struck down in 1991 by the Supreme Court.
Okay, so now I'm gonna have to look up this Ed and Lorraine Warren because I've never heard of them.
What?
KK said that there's a new Netflix documentary, The Devil on Trial. It's so good. It's based on Ed and Lorraine Warren case.
Did you just say you don't know who Ed and Lorraine Warren are?
I don't. Who are
I
they?
don't
What?
either.
Yeah,
I
don't know.
screenshot it. I'm glad you put the comment up so I could
Oh
I mean,
screenshot
I
my
it.
may know them, but I'm
goodness.
not connecting it.
Who are they?
Paranormal. They worked with the Catholic Church. They would go and they would help conduct exorcisms and all kinds of things. You know the movie Annabelle?
Oh, with the
Oh,
creepy ass
yeah.
doll.
That's
Yeah.
based on a true story.
Oh, okay.
Oh Lordy, you got to look into them. They're very, very interesting. She's a medium, and she really is a medium. And
Well, I wrote it
my
down.
gosh, yeah.
So
And
what's there's a documentary on them, you're saying?
yeah, it's called The Devil on Trial. It's on Netflix.
Okay, I got that. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Wilby, I can't believe you've never heard of them.
My memories. I mean, I might start watching it and realize I know all about it.
I
once I
bet you
start
will,
watching it. You know what I'm
because
saying? I just
yeah, because they were big when we were younger.
Hey, JC.
Oh, did you guys see where oh crap, what is her name? The lady who
Suzanne Summers.
no. The lady who hired she was a school teacher and she was sleeping with her student and she paid him
Torno?
to huh?
Mary Kay Letourneau.
Yeah.
Nope. What is her name?
Are you
Susan.
talking about the one that was just caught that was telling them, calling them up and saying, don't say anything, I'll never.
She's been in prison for years and she's getting released. I just seen it on the news.
It's not Letourneau?
No, Letourneau's dead.
The blonde headed. You talking about the blonde headed one?
I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Is her
Yeah,
name
she died.
Susan?
If you say it, I might remember.
Susan Smith? No.
No, that's. I don't
Oh,
think that's it.
Susan Smith is the one who
Drowned her kids in the
yeah.
lake, South Carolina.
drove her car into the water, and
What is that lady's name? Dang it.
I probably know who you're talking about if you think of their name.
Well, she's getting ready to be released.
I read where Alex Murdaugh has. They have suspended the conviction, and they're going to send it back to circuit court to be investigated.
Yeah.
It's the first step in possibly getting a new trial.
Wait, did you say they suspended his sentence?
It's just a court motion. It doesn't mean he's getting out of jail.
Oh,
It basically
okay.
sends it back to circuit court where they will now investigate what the circuit clerk of court did, and did she indeed, influence it, and it could lead, to a decision he gets a new trial, but that hasn't happened. It's just the first step in that.
Okay.
It's Pamela Smart.
Oh yeah, I remember her.
All right. guess I remember that one.
And I also heard that they think there's some more women that Rex how do you pronounce the name? Hireman
Huerman.
that and I just seen a couple of the titles. They think there's some more women that maybe.
Yeah, I've seen
Oh
where they
my-
think Kate Ward is connected to him.
Did you guys watch that today?
No.
Oh my goodness, they were saying allegedly they were swingers, and there were times he brought people back to the house and the wife was there.
I did
Yeah.
see that, but I haven't watched anything on it. Just kind of read things as I was.
Yeah.
Are you're
Yeah.
talking about Rex and his wife?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they put up signs
Oh.
at the Trapeze Club in New York City, which is some kind of swingers club.
Yeah.
Oh, I think my parents were swingers at one point in
Not
time.
just women either. He would also swing the other way.
So
Ew.
he was a
Okay,
high
so
swinger.
what about his daughter? Did she know anything about what he was doing to these women?
I don't remember them saying anything about the daughter.
So they're
But
not
they
saying
were
that,
saying the wife knew.
but they're not
Yeah.
saying the wife knew that he was hurting women, right? They're just saying that they were swingers.
A lot of
Yeah.
people think that the
That's a
wife
lot to keep up
knew
with.
what about, maybe not all of them, but she knew what he was doing as far as murdering women and stuff like that.
Because he would
A-
take them downstairs.
Yeah,
I would
a
imagine.
lot of people have said that they thought that his wife knew
Yeah,
what he was doing.
I would imagine she would have had an idea that he was a what is it when you want to hurt people? Sadist or masochist? It's one or the other. I can't. Where you want to take power over people.
I mean, I don't know how you wouldn't know. Women, I know me, I'm like all over my house, like I know every inch of it.
Yeah,
We're
but
naturally nosy, so if there's a door that
That's the
our
truth.
husband says don't go in, as soon as he goes to work, we're prying that thing open.
and apparently this was happening when she would go out of the country. Her and the kids would. Hey Becca, how are you? Prairie Winds, how are you? I guess he did all this when her and the kids would go out of the country on
They would
trips.
go on vacation and he would go on
Yeah, that's when he was committing these crimes and doing this.
I don't even know what you call it.
I don't know. He just looks like a creepy dude too.
Yeah.
They need to take him, Joran Sloot, and all these other guys who do stuff like this, and put them all in a prison together, and just castrate them all and leave them there.
We don't need to be paying 3 hots and a cot for them kind of people. We need to
I think
rid
there should-
society of them completely.
I think there should be a designated, isolated island somewhere, and instead of
What I was
paying,
getting ready to
6 feet
say.
under the earth.
yep, just take them in a helicopter, throw them out with a parachute.
Every
Let
man
him-
for himself.
Liza, I agree with that comment. Liza said it's easy not to know if you don't want to.
Let them farm.
That's true. That's a
farm
very
for
true
their
statement.
food. Let them work for their housing, their clothes. Let them do it all on that island. Make it or break it on their
And
own.
anytime we want to experiment with a deadly virus, just drop a little sprinkle
That's
a little bit
right.
over the island, see how they react.
Sounds
That's
good.
awful. I shouldn't say that. Some people are just wired backwards on it. I don't even think they can help it or control it.
I just heard this song on the radio the other day. I think it's called Creepin', and it's a guy singing. I think it's the Weekender, and he's singing about like basically if you're messing around, I don't want to know. Like basically do your thing, but just don't tell me. Like I just don't want to know. And
Yeah,
I'm
I've heard
like,
that before.
I was like, what in the world? Who makes a song like that? Like,
Some people compromise.
But I mean, if his wife knew what he was doing to these women, and I get she's sick, and I sympathize with her on her having cancer and stuff like that. But if she knew that her husband was doing this to these women, she should be held responsible for knowing and not saying anything.
Well,
Yeah,
she was a swinger too, by the way.
But there's direct knowledge and suspicious kind of knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I mean, if she knew for a fact, not just, okay, well, I had a suspicion, and I asked him and he said no, and so I took his word for it. If she had direct knowledge of it,
Yeah.
She needs to be held accountable because those women that he did that to did not deserve that.
No, nobody deserves that.
And all these years, those women's family have been out searching for them and what happened to them and all that.
And he would call them on the phone.
And he just went on and lived his life and had his wife and his family and all that. So if she knew about it, she needs to be held, cancer or not, she needs to be held responsible. I mean, if it was my family member, I would want her held responsible.
What is KK saying about her hair puts her there?
Something about her hair was in some duct tape that was found on one of the victims.
I think 3 of the victims, at least, her hair was found there.
The wife's hair?
Yeah, proving he was in the house with them. Because she was.
Yeah, but didn't she go on like those vacations? So
yeah,
she was gone. He could have had duct tape, unraveled it, and one of her hairs flew off the couch.
Yeah.
Or something. I don't know.
It just proves that they were in the house. But she was out of the country.
Yeah. I hate to even think about it.
Wow.
KK said duct tape was over their eyes and mouth. Wife's hair was on some duct tape, is what K-Bird is also saying. Which, I mean, it's very easy to pick up hair on duct tape.
It could very possibly happen.
But I'm just, if she knew, she needs to be held accountable.
And no updates on Chelsea. I checked again today.
No, there's nothing on Chelsea's case. There's nothing on Jennifer's case. If they came back and let the family know about the remains that was found, like if the identification has come back to be her, it still hasn't been put out to the public yet. We don't know how long that might take. We don't know the condition of the remains that were found. Like they haven't came out and really said anything after they came out and said that there was remains found near where her car was found.
No, there's another case. I can't remember the lady's name, but she's a school teacher and she was missing, and they found her remains.
In Puerto Rico? Yeah, I remember that one. What was her name? Amanda Webster.
Yeah, that's
her name.
And you guys followed the Karen Reed case at all? I haven't much at all.
I didn't to begin with. I tried to get caught up on it so I could, start talking about it when new stuff came out. But there is so much.
I watched Turtle Boy on somebody's stream earlier today or tonight. And he makes, for what little I know, a pretty convincing argument.
I don't know who Karen Reed is.
That's the one that's accused of murdering her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. She claims that she dropped him off. Yeah, he was a police officer in Massachusetts, and they went to a party. And she, backed over him or whatever. Yeah.
I don't care for him, but he made it pretty good. But again, I want to look at the other side too.
Did you say Turtle Boy?
That's what they.
That's what he goes by. Yeah.
Is that a channel?
Yeah, he's actually got arrested for
Dr. Turtle Boy.
Yeah, Dr. Turtle Boy. That's what he goes by on Twitter.
Really?
He got arrested last week for obstructing justice, threatening witnesses, and
witness
I don't know the
intimidation
exact charges, but pretty close.
Wait. The Turtle Boy did?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
He is very adamant that Karen Reed is innocent. And it's been said that he was intimidating witnesses, I believe is one of the things that he was charged with. And
wow.
They went out and arrested him, went through his house when his kids were there, took his electronics and all this and out, and then he ended up getting out of jail.
Holy moly.
And you have to understand
on his own recognizance.
His theory of the crime is that she didn't do it. And since he was a police officer, that they framed her, and actually they covered it up because another guy who was a policeman in Boston and his nephew or something, their theory is that it happened with these guys and they covered it up because the guy was a policeman. So he was saying today that he was arrested because, you know, he's threatening to the truth of the police department there. And what is it, Canton, Massachusetts, or wherever, right outside of Boston or something. But so that's kind of where
Yeah, I
all that
think
comes
so.
from. But he was pretty dadgum convincing.
Hey, Ashes. Yeah, I didn't follow it when it first came out. Like I said, I tried to get into it to try to, get caught up on it. And there's a lot.
Yeah,
I
it's got
did too. It's just too much.
a lot of
There's
people, a lot of
lot of
terms, and a
people.
lot of evidence, and a lot of possibles and maybes, and
Yes, because I read
could
like
have
the
happened,
first.
might have happened. We don't know.
I read what she drops him off, and uh, she thought he went in the house. She goes home,
Yeah,
and then realizes he doesn't come home that night, and which didn't make a lot of sense to me. She goes back to the house.
She was drunk out of her mind. She don't remember.
Yeah,
anything.
like there was a lot of driving and going and picking people up, and then going back to her house, and then them getting another vehicle and go looking for him.
Exactly.
And it was a lot of snow, and she's the only one that spotted him on the side of the road when the other two women in the car couldn't see him because of the snow. It was just it's a lot with a lot
the
of people.
guys that they had an after party, they all went out to a bar and they had an after party, and they were all teetotal.
Yeah. And
then
had it was
brown. So they went to that guy's house for an after party.
right.
They drank more, and supposedly this guy that got unalived had a former beef with one of the guys there, and they were all like in the police business. They all worked in that line of law enforcement, and supposedly there was maybe a fight, and they covered up his unaliving that they did and put it on her, and it
dog bites and dog scratches on his arm.
Dog,
and
they said dog. It's just so much stuff.
It's a lot. It's
Oh,
very hard to start in the middle of a case that's been going on for a couple of months. It's hard to start in the middle of it.
And you couldn't.
When you couldn't keep up
would
with
have to do a full week of diving into this case to even get hold of it.
Speaking,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Lady
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, speaking of which, have you been watching anything on the Delphi?
They got a hearing tomorrow, I think. Is it Delphi?
Well, she was thinking about catching up on it. I was warning her about all of the rabbit holes everywhere.
Yeah, I read where the prisoner guards and affidavits, court documents, that they actually wore patches.
Yeah,
they do it. They guarded him. Then after they were made aware of it, they didn't, and they admit to it. And I don't know, it's kind of crazy. How could you go to work at a state prison and wear a Odin patch on your uniform?
Well, what I want to know is, have they released the names of whoever leaked the crime scene photos?
I haven't heard who.
That's what I've been waiting on.
I think they caught him.
They said one person that was part of the leak is deceased.
Really? Did those photos ever make it out into?
I had asked last night, and she said that she thought that they were caught quickly enough.
Yeah, that's what I heard, and I heard there was one with the picture of a tree and some.
Well, we knew that one.
Some red stuff on the tree, but
with the F.
But that was it. That when they came out, somebody stopped them right away or something.
Well, I think it said there was 6 or 8 photos that went to the podcast.
Why would somebody want to leak crime scene photos of 2 young girls who've been murdered?
Podcast is the name of it.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Street podcast or something. Does that sound right?
Something like Under the Sheets or.
That's right. Yeah.
Between the Sheet. No.
Murder.
Something with sheet.
Under the Street podcast.
I wanted to look at them, not out of morbid curiosity, but out of curiosity to see if they looked like they were making some sort of a
symbolic
the
Symbolic
remission of the
thing,
Odin
yeah.
symbols.
Yeah,
okay.
because the
So
thing with that is it depends on where you're standing, whether it would look like a symbolic symbol or not. You know?
uh, KK and K Bird both said that it's called Murder Sheet.
Yeah, that's
There
it.
you go. I said sheep street. I knew street was close. I thought it was street was sheep.
Well, my next guess was freak in the sheets, so I was
So
running out of ideas.
what's the court thing for? I think it's Delphi tomorrow. What are they going to do? Or maybe it's not even Delphi.
Seems like there's a hold on. Didn't I write something down about there being a court date coming
There
up?
is
for
a
him?
hearing for somebody tomorrow. I'm sure of that. I think it's Delphi, but I'm not sure.
Do you guys remember the case? It wasn't too long ago, but it's a college student who she had left a bar and she got in a vehicle with 3 guys and they assaulted her. She was really drunk. They assaulted
Oh,
her.
that was you're talking about down in Baton Rouge at LSU.
Yeah. Whatever
Yeah,
happened with that case?
I want to say that one of the boys that got accused of it, they dropped the charges on him. I want to say that he's not going to be charged with it. Seems like I seen that like a week or so ago.
So is anybody being held responsible for her death, or are they just going to say it was an accident because she got hit?
I'll have to look more into it because I can't remember if they were being held for her murder or for the essay.
I can't either.
But it seems like I read that one of the boys that they were saying that essayed her, that those charges had been dropped.
What was her name? Was it Madison?
Was it Madison Brooks?
I think that sounds like it. I'm going to look it up.
Let me see if I can find it real quick. It seems like Madison Brooks is. Okay, so yeah, Madison Brooks. Isn't that why they're passing past a new law saying 21 plus only in bars for now? Could be KK.
So she was under 21?
Hold on, I'm looking it up now if I can get her exact age. But yeah, she was 19.
Mm.
So
See,
January.
They do that here. They do that here in Alabama too. You can go in the bar under 21, but you have a bracelet, like a certain color bracelet, but everybody knows they just pour drinks into your cups,
Yep, that's what they do here, or stamp your hand or something like that. January 2023, Madison Brooks, a 19-year-old LSU sophomore, was allegedly essayed, left on the side of the busy 4-lane highway in Baton Rouge, where she was fatally struck by an oncoming car. Let's see. So one of the guys was 28, one was 18, who dropped her off on the side of the highway. Said she was going to call an Uber. Okay, that's all it says whenever you bring her name up. I could have swore I seen something about that the charges had been dropped.
I feel like they are responsible for her death. That's just my
they dropped
opinion.
her off and she was drunk and left her there. No, K-Bird, it's 21, but you can go to a bar at 18, but you can't drink while you're there.
But they manage it. They get friends or people they know who are over 21 to pour their drinks into their cups.
Yeah. I'll have to see if I can find it. It seems like I seen that just like a few weeks ago. Yeah, K-Bird, you're welcome.
I just feel like if you pick up a person that's that intoxicated then then they become your responsibility.
Oh,
Like
I don't know
from
about all that now.
from that moment, not
That's
if
a
they
little
do
much.
something illegal. I mean, but then you would call the
But when,
police, not assault them and throw them out on the side of the road.
yeah,
It kind of goes back when you are in the process of committing a felony and someone is dies in the result of you committing the felony that you're then responsible. It's called the M felony
yeah.
charge.
Well, they're saying that these boys here S8 this girl and then
Yeah.
dropped her off on the side of the road.
Yeah.
And
Pro-
she ended up getting hit by
Yeah.
a vehicle and she died.
The problem with prosecuting that now, she's unalive and she can't testify. Even though they know that happened, or they think they know, they don't have her testifying or her testimony to.
But they do have video footage that came out of how drunk she was.
Yeah, they
Well,
had
that's
video
the-
footage of her coming out of the bar, getting into the car with the guys.
And
They
then-
had, I want to say it was 4 guys total that was arrested. 3
Yeah.
or 4.
Yeah, I think it's awful, but believe me, I'm
Yeah.
not. But it's just, it makes it a lot more obstacles to hurdle for the prosecution to get a conviction in a case like that.
And I just seen something about that her mom has her final text messages and stuff like that. So
Mhm.
yeah,
Gosh.
KK, I just seen that too about some new video stuff that had been leaked. But I haven't, I kind of read about it when it first happened, but it hadn't really kept up with that case either. But yeah, I mean, if they S8 her, then yeah, they need to have their ass put in jail and they should be responsible for it because it sounds like they did what they did to her and just dumped her out on the side of the road.
Mhm.
She claimed she was going to call an Uber to try to get home, but the girl is drunk. She's 19 years old. She's in college. She's drunk, and she gets hit by a car and she dies.
Yeah, one of the guys that was in the car in the back seat was recording her. He was recording how drunk she was. And that's the video that got leaked.
I'll have to look more into it.
What-
KK
what's
said
it-
we should be on top of it, which me, I honestly, y'all, it's my home state. I should be.
Wasn't there
There's
an
just so
older
many.
guy that was involved in that who lived in the town and had graduated from that school, but he was.
Yeah, the oldest one was 28 years old,
Yeah,
and then
that's
one
what
of
I
them.
remember that now.
It's either okay. So the 28-year-old, and then there was a younger one that was with them. I can't remember if it was his cousin. I think it was, or brother maybe, or something. It was one of his family members, and then there was, I want to say, 2 other guys.
Yeah,
One that was
that
driving, and
sounds
then
right.
another one, and they were in the back seat with her. So yeah, it was. I mean, I just saw when I was looking it up that her dad's blaming everybody for her death, which I understand. I think the bar, I want to say they got in trouble.
You know, when young ladies, and I'm not trying to be, when they go out to bars, which is what everybody does, you need a friend that sticks with you through the night and doesn't allow you to get isolated and off on going in a direction like that. You know what I'm saying?
That's why whenever a group of females go out,
Exactly.
even guys, there should be one of them before you even leave to go to this bar, wherever you're going to be drinking at. It's the designated driver that does not drink and kind of keeps up with everybody. And
we're not going to allow any of them to, hey, I'm going to run off with these guys. No, that ain't happening.
Right, because I can tell you, me and friends go out together. We all going together. We all leaving together. Ain't nobody else wandering off with no other guy. Because I will, because I don't drink anyway. But if I'm out with friends, I would be the designated driver. And if I have to fight you to keep you with the group, then that's just what's going to happen.
Yeah,
because I'm not going to allow you to go out with somebody else and something bad happens.
Alternate plans, and you getting off away from the group. And
yeah. But that's just me. I wouldn't want me and some friends. That'd be like me, Avery, and Lady V going out together, and them 2 are drinking, and I'm the designated driver for the night, and I let one of them comes up, it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna go up with this dude or whatever,
Avery
and I let it happen, and then something bad happens to him.
Avery meets a bouncer and holler she's gonna leave and go off with him to
Yeah, I wouldn't let that happen.
go catfishing at night or something.
Yeah, and I wouldn't let it happen because you don't
Yeah,
never
exactly.
know what
Yeah.
what could happen to them. That is very dangerous. And like
And
I
you
said,
don't
if I
know
gotta
people.
fight you, I'll put you in a headlock and make sure you don't go
Yeah.
nowhere. It's just
And you don't know people. You meet people in the bar, and they give a good conversation bomb, but you don't know them till you know them.
right. Hell, there's people that I went to school with around here, and if me and a group of people went to a bar where there's other people that we went to school with, I still wouldn't let a friend go off with them.
Yeah, because you knew how they treated people.
Well, it's not just that. I don't get in a vehicle with somebody who's been drinking
I don't
at
either.
all. I will not. I will walk before I get into a vehicle with somebody who's been drinking. I won't do it, and I wouldn't want my friend to do it either. I wouldn't allow it. But that's
Uber
just
is
me. Not everybody thinks of things like that, especially when you're young.
Uber is too cheap
Uber
to
is
not
too
take
dangerous.
advantage of.
But it's dangerous because if you think
Well,
about
for
it, you get
value, if you're just you know what I'm saying. But if you've got a group of people and you've lost your designated driver and you don't have a sober driver, Uber is a good alternative for 3 or 4 people in a group to get a ride back to one place.
yeah. Because me, I'm just that. I'd be like asking the Uber driver, "Have you been drinking tonight? I need to check both back doors to make sure the child lock is not on. Make sure my windows are unlocked."
Yeah.
But that's how I
If
am.
he's driving and I'm in the back seat, I'm not worried. Because he
Oh,
starts I'm gonna knock his ass plumb out. I can promise you.
But like I said, kids that are young, especially when they're away from home and at college, they don't think about stuff like that.
No,
I'm telling you, that's what I would have to do. Grab her by the fanny pack and throw her in the vehicle.
That's right. You ever get your ass in the car, you're going home, girl. That bouncer is not to be messed with.
It's too dangerous.
He's not nearly as charming as you think.
Wait, I walked away to go to the bathroom and I heard grab her by the fanny pack and do something.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do to me?
They're not
Oh,
gonna
I
let
was
you go
talking
off.
about that would be like if I was using it for example, me, you, and Lady B went out and I was the designated driver and you two were drinking. That I wouldn't let either one of you go off with some random guy
Yeah.
or anybody for that matter if y'all had been drinking and just go off by yourself. I would make sure that me
Oh,
as a
yeah.
sober person, if we all three go somewhere together, we're all three
leaving
leaving
together.
together.
Yeah.
Like there's no wandering off because that shit's dangerous. But
Yeah.
kids don't. When you're
Heck
young, you don't
And,
think about the dangers of that.
yeah, and you can
But I
definitely tell
think
when
Lady
Bobby
V
Club
would
with
be
you
the
coming
wild
home
one.
with Scarlett and Lady V.
Lady V would be the wild one. She'd be the one we'd be having to grab.
She'd be out there moonwalking on the dance floor.
I bet she would.
Lady
No,
B would be dancing, and I'd have to be grabbing Avery by the fanny pack.
no,
You're
I'd
like,
be with Scarlett. We'd be the designated drivers, man. I don't drink either.
yeah, I don't either, and I refuse
I
to
don't
get
think I
in a
would.
vehicle with somebody who's been drinking.
And
Those days are long gone.
there's
I
nothing
don't think
worse
I'd wear
when
no.
you aren't drinking and people are drinking and they're not nearly as funny as they think they are. And you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
I'm in a
very
bar,
dangerous.
not having and
Oh, Avery, you are
Your
breaking up
stupid.
bad.
your volume is
Yeah, you're
Uh-oh.
breaking up bad.
Wow.
I couldn't tell what she was saying.
I don't drink anymore either. I mean, I'll occasionally have a couple shots if I don't feel good, late at night.
Yeah, I don't drink
But
at
I
all.
don't drink.
Yeah, my dad was an alcoholic, and I have had the same tendencies, so I just never went there because it was never enough. Drunk
Yeah.
was never drunk enough,
Yeah.
I'm the
I
type
think
of
in
person who
college-
has to be in charge and in control. And when you're drunk, you're not in control. And
No,
I
you're
just,
not.
so,
Alcohol is a drug.
and I just don't like the feeling of it. I don't like feeling like I'm dead the next day and all that. So,
Am I better?
yes, you are now. A minute ago, it was like you
Oh,
were just, you couldn't even make out not even a word of what you were saying. Hey, Glowbug.
oh. The last time I think I drank was in 2019. When I do drink, like I go for it. But I'm a
Yeah.
fun drunk.
Well, so was I, but it's not.
But
It's always fun
but
till it ain't.
yeah, but then I always I guess probably because I only drink every few years, but I get really, really sick. I mean, like I'm talking 3 days in the bed.
You never mix the see-through liquors with the ones you can't see through. Just remember that. You
That is
start with
true.
one liquor, you stay with it. You don't jump around. That's
What
what
I
gets you
always
sick.
heard too. Yeah.
But see, like I was saying though, young kids nowadays, or even back in whenever I was young, they didn't think about the dangers of it though, of drinking and not being aware of your surroundings and who's around you and all that. And it can always end up in a bad situation.
And
Yeah.
if
Very
you think
bad.
back to the bad things that you've seen happen to your friends or even to you, uh, a lot of them had alcohol in the equation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was just getting ready to say a lot of my friends that went off to college, there were several of them that were unalived in wrecks because of it.
Yeah.
And then seeing my dad, my dad was an amazing, wonderful man, but when he drank, it was not good.
Yeah.
Lady V, did you see in Discord where I posted about like why I never celebrate my birthday?
I saw that it was a bad day. I
Oh yeah,
didn't
I
really
posted
read all
a
I don't think.
You talking about your brother?
yeah, I
I won't go.
posted a
Okay.
I
Okay, I
posted
saw
a
it.
picture
Oh
of him
yeah, that's right.
and his headstone. But yeah, I've had a really big problem with people who drink and drive since then, and that actually happened in the middle of the day. So
Mhm.
um I had got I had gotten into the car and in the back seat, and Ryan had scooted over to the middle seat to let me in. I was 11 and he was 6. And then we had different moms. And then my mom pulled up because she was late. She pulled up, and so I got out of their car and into my mom's car. And then they pulled off in front of us, and we were right behind them. We got to the first intersection, and they were T-boned by a drunk lady
Oh
doing
my
like
God.
110.
I'm so sorry, honey.
And
Sorry to hear that.
all I remember is my mom saying that if I wouldn't have gotten out of the car, it would have been me because he was in my seat, you know. But it was real hard, yeah. So like I have no pity for people who drink and drive. No
I don't
pity.
either.
Lock them up and throw away the key.
Yeah,
Because you
I
never know.
agree.
You're not just putting your own life in danger, but you're putting all these innocent people's lives in danger too.
Yep. Mhm.
That's why I will not get into a car with somebody who's been drinking. I would rather drive them myself or walk.
And it sucks because it was on my birthday, and as they were pulling out, he was singing. Ryan was singing "Happy Birthday" to me. Ugh. And I haven't been able to celebrate my birthday since then.
I'm so sorry,
It's
sweetheart. That's
awful. I'm
terrible.
sorry.
I hate to hear that. I seen it whenever you posted it in Discord.
Mhm. Yep. And that lady, I believe, I, I'm pretty positive she's still in prison.
Well, that's where she belongs. People
So that
like
was
that.
in 1988, and I think she is
Been a
still in
long
prison.
time for that. I'm not saying she shouldn't be. Now, I don't mean that at all. But
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she got life. I'm pretty positive.
Spirit of the trees. I don't understand it either. Yeah, but I have no tolerance for it at all.
Mm-mm.
People
no,
who
you
Yeah,
got
drink
to.
and drive.
I don't either. Yeah. Our
That's a
brother.
major trigger for me.
Yeah, you got
My
to be
That's
more
brother.
why
responsible.
when my kids were growing up, I would tell them, as they're getting up older, teenagers, and I'll tell them now. My daughter's about to be 21 in at the end of this month, and I still tell them, never, if you drink, which none of my kids drink, but if you do, call me. I will come pick you up. I don't give a shit if it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
That's what my
Mhm.
dad told me. He said, "Do you ever come home drunk from driving from, when you've been out clubbing or whatever?" He
Mhm.
said, "I ain't putting up with that." He said, "You get a taxi. When you get here, I'll pay them. I don't care what they charge you."
Yeah, because like I
He
said,
said, "You
kids
drive
just
home
don't,
drunk, show up
they
here,
don't
and I
see,
know about it, and we're gonna have problems."
they don't see the dangers of it at all.
Yeah, and like my daughters, so in the county where they are, and the way their dad is, because he grew up there, like he tells them it's okay to go ride the dirt roads and have a few beers. And I'm like, no, it is not okay. And
No.
even one of my daughters just argued with me the other day. Mama, everybody does it. It's
Okay,
just a
well,
few
you know
beers.
what? Just like my mama used to tell me, so if everybody else went and jumped off the bridge, you gonna follow along with them because they all done it?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not okay at all. Not even if you've had one sip, it's not okay.
And it's so frustrating because they're at an age where what can you do to them? They have their own places, their own cars. There's nothing that you can do to them.
I don't care if my kids are 50 years old and I'm sitting on my deathbed. I'm still gonna be telling my kids stuff.
Yeah, I can tell them, but they're still going to do it. Drives me crazy.
It's not okay at all. My daughter gets aggravated with me, but like I told her, if I didn't love you, I wouldn't be telling you stuff like this. I'm only telling you something for your own good.
Exactly.
I mean, honestly, as a parent, that's really all we can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta let the bird get out of the nest and go fly at some point, and just pray that they make good decisions.
Yeah.
That is true. Yeah, I just wrote that down that KK told me, that man and woman.
Oh, I screenshot it. Ed and something Warren.
Was it Ed or Lorraine? Warren? Was
Lorraine.
it? Okay, I'm gonna have to write it on a sticky note because I wrote it in my notebook, but I think it was on a piece of paper that was loose in here, and I don't know what I've done with it now.
We got to get you some kind of an organizational type system.
It's hard if you cover all these cases, and
Yeah,
I mean it's tough.
I thought about getting like a filing cabinet, like the small ones, and putting by my desk and just keeping up with the cases and folders. Damn,
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got
to do
books,
something.
composition books with notes and notes and notes, but they've got every other, it's different cases, and then I'll go to look for something, and it's not
Yeah.
easy.
And okay, so it's called The Devil on Trial. Okay, let me get a sticky thingy over here and write that down. That way I can just stick it to my side of my computer and then. What was the dude's name again? Ed? Was that it?
Yeah.
Ed and Lorraine Warren.
Yeah, I would have thought that the private eye that was supposed to show up in Arizona today for Chelsea Grimm's family would have maybe released something today, but there's been nothing.
Yeah, I
Yeah, 'cause-
looked on the Coconino County and what was it? Williams, Arizona Police Department, I believe it's
Yeah,
the other one. I looked on both of them and there was no
there's nothing.
update.
The only thing I have heard, and I heard it from the private eye, there has been people say that they saw a girl with the bearded dragon. I can't ever remember that. And in a car, a grayish car, a 4-door car at the Love's Travel Plaza. But that was what the private eye was going to try to verify first through the videos if they would let him see it.
Well, the private eye told Brian Enton
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm talking about.
yeah, he said that they may have some information.
That's the gray car. It's the first thing he said he was going to look into if they will let him. And being there's an investigation, they probably won't.
Oh, you think that's who the sketches are going to be of?
There was an eyewitness who described a woman in a gray car at Love's, 4-door car with a bearded dragon on her shoulder. and she seen that there was a guy and her. Now, how accurate it is, but if you see a woman and you seen she had a bearded dragon on her shoulder in a gray car, there's a pretty good chance it could be her if the person that reported it is, tells the truth. You know what I'm
Everybody
saying?
on panel, y'all look in the back chat for just a second also. And I seen where Brian Enton had interviewed the parents. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet though. So I need to do that tonight when I'm done here.
I got you.
I've been so busy since I woke up today that
Hopefully, the Brian Enton, though, he'll come forward with something surely in the next day or two. I would hope.
yeah. I just hope they find her and she's okay.
Yeah, I've really been. I got her on my prayer list. I've really been praying because it's something is just really, really off with it.
Right.
And KK put in was it I don't know when it is. I can't keep the dates, times, all these facts. I think she put in chat that there was a report of on Route 66 about a pothole where lots of people were getting flat tires.
Okay, now I did see when I was looking on Facebook today to see if either one of the law enforcement offices had updated, and I was kind of skimming through the comments, and someone said that road that she was found on had a lot of lava rock, and that they're on the shoulders of the road, and if she was going down that road and veered off on the shoulder a little bit, that is probably how those tires on that one side got
and they are sharp and pointed, but she was, Route 66 would be between the cemetery and Ash Fork, which is where they found her.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe KK will. She's here. Maybe she'll pop up and tell us where she heard it. But she said between 50 and 80 people have reported this. Now I don't know if it's, where she was headed, but that's a lot of people reporting getting flat tires from potholes or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what's got me though is I keep thinking, if she had the flat tires and like say she flags somebody down to get a ride, that wouldn't make any sense, because why would she take her tent and her camping stuff but not her camera? So then I think if she went camping and then that doesn't make sense either, because as much as she liked to take photos, you'd think she'd take her camera, especially out wherever she goes to go, set up camp. So either way I look at it, like, it just doesn't make sense.
She never had any intention of driving to Connecticut, I don't believe, whatsoever.
That's a long drive.
And she left on the 24th, and we don't know anything on the 25th or the 26th. The first thing we hear is about her in the hotel in Seligman, where she was trying to trade euros and acting disoriented. And plus, she met her girly friend for lunch and was maybe supposed to meet her for a later dinner date or something, and canceled that. So that's 2 days right after she left the first day.
Do we know when they broke up, PJ and her?
I know in August they were together. I don't know after that, but I do know that there was a comment that she had made, or a post that she had made on her Facebook, talking about she had her earbuds in and the music was all the way up, but she could still hear him snoring. And somebody in the comments asked her who it was, and she said his name was PJ, but it's a fairly new relationship, so that's all I'm going to put on Facebook for now.
I saw a picture of her van today somewhere, and she didn't look like she had packed to go to a wedding. She looked like she had packed almost everything she owned, just about. Maybe not everything, but she had packed there was stuff.
Yeah, everywhere. She had a lot of stuff in the back seat and in the very back of her.
It was everywhere. It looked like she could have been just going somewhere to stay. I don't know that. That's just speculation, but it just didn't look like somebody packed to go on.
It looked like a little, a little small crossover SUV.
Yeah, it was like a
Ford
smaller
Escape.
one. Yeah. It wasn't very big at
It's
all.
2019. So it was,
The one that, the first car that they had delivered to me in August, I think Lady V said that her and her husband have one, but I had picked out a 2024 Buick Enclave, but they delivered me a Buick Encore. And when it come pulling up on the truck, I was like, what in the heck is that little fun size looking thing? I mean, they look so weird to me. And but anyhow, they swapped it out and got the right vehicle. But her vehicle, when I seen the picture of it, it looked exactly like that little
it does kind
Encore.
of look like.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Why am I?
Oh no, somebody's echoing.
I'm echoing. I don't know why.
I don't
I haven't changed anything.
Let me see. Where's your pickup? Hold on. Let me see if I can. No, your echo cancellation's on too. So I don't know. That's the first time it's done it tonight.
Let me see if
It's
not doing
fine
it
now.
Yeah, I don't
No,
know.
it's fine now.
Yeah, there's something weird about that case though. I mean, she's just
Yeah.
wandering around in that area, Williams and whatever, and then she decides to go to Ash Fork, which is about 20 some miles away from that cemetery, and then they find her vehicle off the road. I mean, what's keeping her in that area?
You know, the last time we checked last night, they still hadn't taken that GoFundMe page down.
Oh, let me check if I haven't checked
Hold on,
yet.
I'll check it right now.
I don't think I posted the link to it for anybody who wanted to report it.
Whose name was it under? I can't remember when I.
No, it's still up.
It is.
Yep.
And nobody else has donated, have they? I hope.
No, it's still 35 raised of 30,000.
Yeah, but there was 2 donations the other day. It was all.
Yeah, it's still a $20 one and a 15.
I filled out a report.
But yeah,
they're asking for 30,000?
yep,
Yeah,
$30,000 is
sleeping
what the
bags,
goal is. They're
SUV or 4-wheel
camping
drive.
stuff and all that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm.
I don't know. They're claiming that the boyfriends or ex-boyfriends had been cleared, but
Who says that, Scarlett?
that's what I heard on one of the. Oh, it was. I can't remember which news it was, but they were down in Oceanside and they were doing a report, and the lady said that the sheriff's department or the sheriff had said that the ex-boyfriends had been cleared.
See, how could you? I'm not saying he had anything to do. How do you clear somebody that quick?
I don't know, especially with him lying, saying that he's her fiance, but they're not even together, and that's coming straight out of her sister, from her sister, that he was her abusive ex. Nothing about, a fiance or anything like that.
It seems like they were there literally. That Elias and PJ showed up right when the party had almost not even started. You know what I'm saying? In Arizona.
Yeah. I just think it's funny how they ended up where she went missing.
It's funny how they ended up there that quickly.
Yeah, that's what seems weird.
Very.
But I also did see on the comments today that there was a guy that lives in the area, and he said that he has T-Mobile and AT&T, and up there you can't get any type of cell service. So
Right.
I can also see her getting the 2 flat tires, loading up her little bearded dragon, grabbing her a sleeping bag, and saying, okay, I can't get cell service here. I can't call anybody. I'm going to hike out. I've got what I need if I have to spend the night. I've got what I need. I'm going to hike out. But I also seen that there's a lot of roads. That's what somebody else said. She had to have came to a road. She could have come across somebody in a car. There's a lot of hunters out there and all that.
Yeah, those roads are out in no man's land.
And there's a lot of cattle gaps or cattle guards that you have to cross on those roads and all that too. So it would make sense if she decided to hike out to try
With
to
no
get
phone
cell
service,
service.
that does make some perfect sense.
Yeah, and she come across somebody who she tried to get help from, and
The bad guy.
they had other plans. That could be a possibility.
Very easily, because when you're that isolated and somebody's not a good person, it makes an opportunity to do bad things a lot easier than in a real crowded,
How far from
congested.
Phoenix was her vehicle found?
It was found in Ashford, Phoenix. I think it's about
2.5
it's
hours from
5
Williams.
hours and 14 minutes to Phoenix from San Diego, and it is 7 hours and 19 minutes to Williams. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
basically
Yeah.
the difference in those two is
It was
a
2.5
couple hours.
hours from Phoenix to up to Williams, where she was at the cemetery at.
Yeah,
And
it
that's
is-
where she talked
Oh.
to the officer on the body cam footage and all that. But her car was found several miles
and 20 miles
northwest of there.
away in Ashford.
So I don't know how it is then where her car was found, but I know like in the desert around Phoenix is not good. Like there's a lot of cartel.
There's not a lot
Right.
in Ashford.
There's literally nothing up there.
Once
Williams
you
is a
get out
little
of
small
Williams,
town.
yeah,
Ashford, I forgot. Somebody said it's not a very big spot, but in between and up where her car was found,
there's
it's
nothing.
absolutely nothing. There's no houses. There's nothing but dirt roads. That's all it is. All
Once
these
you
dirt
leave
roads,
the-
one runs into another one, and it's trees. That's
Yeah.
all you see.
Once you leave that town and you see the last service station or the last whatever, it ain't like there's going to be a house a half a mile down the road or a
Right.
house 2 miles down the road. It's like between there and the next town, there is nothing.
And they did say that she was doing a project on
Graveyard.
military memorials and stuff like that, like soldiers and where they were buried at and everything.
Huh.
And so she could have stopped between San Diego and Phoenix.
And
She could have
stop
stopped
the grave
along the
sites.
way. Yeah, and was doing photos for her project. So, and that could have been the reason why it took her so long.
That could explain what she did the 25th and 26th. that we don't
Yeah.
know anything.
So that could have been it.
That makes sense.
Because I mean, just think, it's when you're taking photographs for a project and you want them to come out good, you're not just going to jump out of your car, take a couple of pics, and then be back in your car in 10 minutes. You're going
And
to
you
want
might
to
go
make sure
back
that
6
they're
hours later because the light is a certain way. that
exactly.
you want to get the photos that you.
And you may take 100 pictures until you get the picture that you want.
Yeah.
And so that could have been what she was doing just along her way to meet the friend in Phoenix. She could have stopped up some places and then camped overnight and then went on into Phoenix,
Yeah.
saw her friend. Was supposed to meet her the next day, but she didn't. She canceled, and that's the day she ended up in Williams.
I don't know, but the cemetery in Williams, I mean, I'm sure there are people that were in the service or buried there without a doubt, but
Yeah.
I don't know that it's a veterans graveyard. Maybe they have a veterans section. I don't know, but I pulled it up on the Google Maps, and
Mm-hmm.
it's off Route 66, and it's just goes off the road. It's dirt roads, and they're little squares, and it's not much to look at.
That
to be
was
honest
very
with you.
interesting last night when you showed it,
I mean,
Wilby.
it's just not what you think. Lady V can maybe explain it when I showed. It's just not what you think it would be.
It's not. It's completely not.
It's like
Have you
looking out
taken
in
a
the
look at
field.
it, Scarlett?
On what is it now?
The
He pulled
cemetery in
it up
Williams.
on Google Maps. He pulled it up. It's not at all what you think.
It's
'Cause
not
you're
very
Pull it
big.
up. I'll pull it
no,
up right now.
we're
What I-
thinking, you see the gate to the cemetery and you see all of these headstones and everything like that, like one big thing. It's not. It's like broken up in sections and like little squares.
Mhm.
and things. Now, I mean, I know that cemeteries are broken up into sections, but it's like not, it's just not like you normally think about. I mean, there's a lot of trees and stuff in throughout the headstones and all of that too. I mean, it just,
Yeah, because there's a
like
lot
right
of them
there.
that we have here that are broken up into sections because it makes it easier to find where your plot is or where a loved one is buried or something like that.
Right.
But that's
And
usually
ours,
the big, huge one.
yeah, ours is here too, but it's still kind of wide open. You might have a tree here and there, but um if I remember correctly, there were like trees weaved all the way through the thing. It's like it looks more like a little place to go and have a picnic table than it does a cemetery to me. That's what I
Yeah.
first thought.
And wasn't it called Williams Cemetery?
Yeah, I just put a picture in back chat. You can link. You can pull it up from on Google Maps. It's a street view, and you can look up.
Okay.
Yeah, you might think you were just looking into a field or the regular forest. You wouldn't
Yeah, a
even
little
hardly know it's a
picnic
graveyard.
area or something, like a little park. Yeah, I mean,
But you can pull it up from the link, and it gives you
Okay,
some
so I'll
idea.
pull it up here real quick.
it was a very nice cemetery. I
It
mean,
was. It's just not what you would think in your mind.
yeah,
Okay, well,
especially for a cemetery that old.
Yeah.
I
You
see the
think,
population of Williams is only 4,000.
Yeah.
yeah, it's not big at all. And it's like right off of the
Route
highway or
66.
whatever there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, because I've got so much stuff pulled up in tabs that, okay, now maybe I can find it. Whenever I pull it up to share my screen, okay, there we go.
Ginger molasses ice cream sandwich. Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, you can't go in it on Google Maps because it's not a public road. That's you just can look at the road.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even know you're
Yeah.
looking at a cemetery.
No, you wouldn't, because it just looks like a little picnic
I mean,
place.
you can go up and down the road in places and see a few gravestones in places, but they're not very tall, and it's just not tight. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, because our graveyards here, I mean, they pretty much hit you in the face if they don't have
Exactly.
a building or like a cement or stone
Mm-hmm.
fence. I mean, you can see like headstones everywhere. Where in
Yeah,
this one, you
see,
really have to kind of look.
none of our cemeteries here, except for I think one, none of them have trees in it.
Yeah,
And the
see,
one that does has pine trees in it, but they're not this thick.
yeah, it's
They're
very
just,
sparse.
yeah, it's just kind of here and there that they have them.
I like it. I think it's a very nice place, to be honest with
Right,
you. But it just doesn't like immediately say graveyard to you.
right.
I'm gonna pull up another website about the cemetery that has some pictures throughout it. And it does say that there were some Chinese workers buried there, and I guess they were probably there back when they were building highways, possibly. I don't know, but there's a lot of pictures in the second thing as you scroll up and down. It tells about the graveyard and different things.
I'm going to hop down, guys, but I'll be in the chat listening.
All
Well,
right,
thank
hon.
you
All right.
for coming up, and make sure you get your phone charged.
I
Plug
have
it
it
in.
charged. It's just something about StreamYard. I'm going to
It
have to look at my
does.
settings.
Yeah,
That's
other
why I
people
plug
have
mine
said
in.
that it drain. I think Willie, when he used to come up on panel, he said that StreamYard would drain his battery too.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
started plugging mine in immediately.
Yeah. Or I'll have to start using my laptop.
There
But
are
thank you for
pictures.
having me.
All
Oh, you're
right.
welcome. Thanks for
Bye,
coming
hon.
up.
There are
Bye.
pictures in that second link I left you, Scarlett, that show somebody born in 1890 something, and
Uh-huh.
it's like a homemade stone with the information wrote in by however you would write. It's not. It's like it's homemade. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah. So there's a lot of old
Now I
graves
see
there.
there's another picture here too of the a veteran area here.
Oh wow, born 1884, died 1940. Yeah, I see all the U.S. Navy, Vietnam,
Yeah.
U.S. Army, Korea.
So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It just gives you a sense of what what.
right. Yeah, they kind of got headstones like they have at Arlington National Cemetery. KK, that is true. We have a lot of pretty cemeteries here, especially down south where they have like all the mausoleums and stuff like that, because everything's buried above ground.
I seen where Jen with two N's. She said FS investigates arrives in Ashford this evening. I read that too on
Yeah,
the
I saw
internet.
that he was
Yeah,
supposed to be
He'll
going
come
and
out with
helping.
some special inside double secret source that.
Yeah, I
tied
see where
into
he
the
was supposed
investigation.
to be using did he say heat-seeking drone or thermal
Yeah.
drone or something like that?
He's always got a deep inside source, and he may. I don't know, but I just when
Yeah.
anybody says that on YouTube, I just
KK, yeah, they do in Cameron Parish, and a lot of people don't believe that. But after Hurricane Rita went through, yeah, a lot of them floated up.
that's sad, but it's true.
Yeah, well, down there, I mean, you have to bury them above
Yeah.
ground,
I've seen
and because of it being the hurricanes and the water levels and stuff like that, and hurricanes come through and it's bad, and the surge comes through. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
coffins that are
I've-
out above the ground.
I seen a documentary about that down in Louisiana about the graveyards, and they were talking about the people that rob grave sites
Yep.
and stuff, just gone from
Yeah.
cemeteries.
Yep. It's people don't realize what Louisiana looks like after a hurricane hits down there. It's a very sad sight,
Knee deep water
and that's not
or worse.
to take away from the other states that get hit, but it's a very sad sight.
Yeah, Louisiana is probably the lowest. The ground level stays as low. Well, New Orleans is below sea level.
Well,
but
New Orleans is like a bowl.
Yeah, but a lot of that state is just barely above sea level
Yeah.
for a long ways. I know my mom and dad lived there before I was born, and they talk about it would have been, I guess, in the late 50s, some hurricane that came through, Hurricane Audrey maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that they had bulldozers going over. The highways down there are built up so they get up out of the swamps. They're elevated. So the animals, when they have these storms, go to the high ground that they can find, and a lot of them migrate there. And my dad said they literally had bulldozers pushing dead animals off the highways because that's where they ended up. And it was, I think Audrey, but it was a real bad storm.
Yeah, we've had a lot of bad ones. I'm surprised we didn't get one this year. So far, we haven't. Anyway.
Yeah, and we're pretty far into the storm season.
Yeah, it'll end next month.
I don't even know what's the last storm that we had, because they go by in alphabetical order.
Yeah, it's alphabetical order, and then it alternates from male to female name. I think now there's Sean is out in the Atlantic, and then Tammy is starting up now, but I don't know where they're going to
We're
hit.
kind of near the end, or we're going to have to go back and double A or something.
Yeah, it'll just start over the alphabet. Yeah, GT, I put the link out for.
There's a lot of creators on YouTube are probably covering more different cases right now than I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing
Nothing is sticking
Out.
where everybody's on top of it. It's just,
No. I mean, I think right now Chelsea's case is getting a lot of attention now.
yeah.
I think a lot of people are on it. The Jennifer Mendez.
It kind of,
I mean,
people
I
jumped
did
on it
it.
and then it just kind of floated away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because we're kind of waiting on the
Information.
identification of the remains to come out, and then it goes once they got to figure out what happened to her and who did what. If it was somebody else who did this to her. But I think as of right now, like Chelsea's case is the one that has a lot of information that's coming out. It just
Yeah.
it's a lot, but it's not a lot at one time. It's kind of trickling, because you had the parents who did the interview yesterday, which I still need to go watch. I haven't had a chance to. You've got new private investigators going
Showing
down there
up.
to look. You've got a lot more people, and I even see it in the comments when I was looking on Facebook today. Like, there's still people asking, like, where do I need to go to help search? But they're saying where her car was found, like they searched that area extensively and haven't found anything. I just don't feel like she's in the area of that car. I think she tried to walk out and something happened. And they were talking about, like, in the picture, she didn't have any shoes on. That was dangerous
I read that
because
too.
snakes that they have there in the area, and pretty sure they have other poisonous things. And so I've seen a lot of that too that people were talking about.
Plus, it's it's getting colder and colder. The weather.
Yeah.
So I can see her getting in a car with somebody thinking she's going to get a ride out, or maybe starting to do it halfway on her foot for a while, and then somebody giving her a ride. And I don't know. I hope not.
All right. KK, take a look at the private chat, the comment that I put in there real quick.
Okay. If I accidentally hang up, I'll come back.
That's why I don't like
hang on a
doing
minute.
StreamYard on my phone, because it's so damn complicated. I'm trying to make sure I went through all my notes tonight for Natalee's case and I haven't missed anything. I had several pages of notes. Yeah, I did. Nona is off the coast of Mexico. Oh, Jen, you're talking about out in the Pacific? All right, y'all. And it's
That would
showing
be
we
a
have
Gulf
99
storm.
likes. So if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so real quick. What is it, Wilby?
I said the storms off of Mexico. They're coming out of the Gulf, so don't they get labeled differently or something when they're on the west side of the country? I mean, they don't fall in the same category.
I think the ones close to the U.S., I believe they're still called hurricanes as well.
They just don't
just
follow
like the
what goes
Atlantic.
along the East Coast.
Yeah, I never do either.
I don't know the difference. But
Hold on, KK. I'm putting it back in there again. Okay. Wait, did it post? Yeah, here we go. Okay, can you see it now, KK?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. In my mom's house in Missouri, forget anything. So, yeah, Scott, that's how it is where I live at too. You have to be in a certain area of the house or a certain area of the yard before it works good.
hello, KK.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm trying to figure out how to turn the volume down. I don't have my AirPods tonight.
Okay, hold on. Well, no, you're not loud.
Okay.
You're good. If you get loud, I can turn you down on my end.
Okay. If I pop up on camera, tell me. I do that on accident too.
Okay.
So my
Well, let me
question
get
was-
my I'm gonna get my wall ready just in case.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
My question was, have y'all seen that movie, The Hills Have Eyes?
Yes.
Have you looked at like the Google Earth
Yes.
images? Ash Fork?
No.
It looks 1,000% just like that's where they had to have filmed it. There's like, it looks like junkyards everywhere. There's very few houses. So I also researched and found that it's also kind of where a lot of the preppers have their like prep houses at, I guess.
Uh-huh.
So it's just like, think like totally remote, just a handful of houses. They look homemade like. I don't know how else to describe it. They don't look like houses you've ever seen anywhere.
It
And there's
seems
just
like
deserted cars and RVs flipped on their sides and like roofs are ripped off. It just looks like Hurricane meets The Hills Have Eyes.
I want to say King Scarlet posted in Discord a picture of a junkyard that was in Ash Fork, and she put in her comment that I want to say it was less than 1,000 people there that lived there.
Yeah, the population was really small. I remember when I looked that up.
What was the name of the movie?
The Hills Have Eyes,
These Hills Have Eyes.
and it came out.
No,
God.
The Hills Have Eyes.
Yes, The Hills Have Eyes, and it came out several years ago. I think there's like a part 2. It's out also.
But that's the vibe it gave because I mean there was such few houses out there, but all of them had junkyards and all of them have like RVs that are flipped over on their side. Like it was really
Kind of
creepy.
like, have you ever seen the show? I think it's like Netflix or Hulu or something like that. The Slab City, kind of like how they made their own little, like they built their own little houses with whatever they could find to build them with.
I
Yeah,
haven't
they
seen that,
made
but that's
purpose
exactly what
items.
these look like.
Okay.
It was filmed in Victorville, California, in the Mojave Desert.
They were very homemade, and the property and the houses go for like pretty cheap. There's like one or two out there that was like a ranch style kind of setup that were expensive, but the rest of them are like real cheap and just looks like, I don't know, maybe they have their own water wells. It's like they really are off the grid. But it was all the
Is
cars,
it
I think, that made me think like something must have happened to that town. It just looks like people deserted it, a lot of stuff out there.
is it on like a reservation or anything like that?
The reservation's like up to the west of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I want to say it was King Scarlet that had posted about the population. It was like just I want to say close to 500, but I know it was less than 1,000.
Where are you talking
I have
about?
I had a screenshot of it somewhere on my phone, but I'm on the phone.
What town?
Yeah, in Ash Fork, Arizona.
Yeah, it's not very big because Williams is not all that big, and it's 20
Yeah,
miles
it's
away
like a
from it.
small town. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just looked weird. The vibe was weird. Like all the cars just deserted. Like each little, I'm gonna call it a house. I don't know what they really are, but each little home like thing had probably 10 or 15 cars just junked out. And then there was a big section by the railroad tracks that you could tell was a legit junkyard for cars.
Right.
But all the rest of them are just like residential homes with like all these cars just like and RVs flipped over on the sides. And then there was a lot of roofs where you could see the like beams exposed. So I was just wondering if anybody knew the history on like what did they get out there in those, did they get
Maybe
tornadoes?
a storm. Don't they have are they called monsoons that come through out there?
I don't think so.
I think that's what they call them.
Route 66 goes through there, which was the way to the west a long time ago. And when they built federal highways, everybody quit going that way. They got on the interstate, so a lot of those towns died.
Yeah.
The death of the Route 66, the gateway to the west, was no longer the way to go travel across the country.
Explain it.
So you can see a lot of those towns where, they've got old stores that have signs with all these, crazy little, things that they have to look at or buy. And then they look like they've just stopped in time. And,
Yeah, it could have been like she's saying that, like a prepper type, off grid type house. Vapor. She's talking about an ash fork. But it kind of sounds like what Slab City, how they just kind of out in the middle of nowhere just kind of started building like pieces of plywood and campers and built onto the campers, or just took plywood and tin and everything else and made them, like a little hut like thing that they live in.
Mm-hmm. It says here on the search I just did, the population in 2021 was 652.
Yeah. It could have been what it was, like we'll be saying, once that the interstates start coming through there, there's no more no more cars that come through there, and it kind of dies out.
There
People
are a
have
lot
to
of
move.
quarries out there, according to what I just pulled up, and plus the Pacific and the
sinkholes.
Atlantic Railway met there way, way, way back,
Mm-hmm.
and people took the railway. It was only to get across the country,
Right.
that's died out. But
I did also hear though that where Chelsea's car was found, there's a lot of sinkholes in that area.
Yeah,
They
I read
were.
that part too.
I seen where they were asking, somebody else had been out there searching. They were asking, well, did y'all check around where the sinkholes are at and all that? Somebody else had been out there searching. They were asking, well, did y'all check around? Okay, I hear an echo from somebody.
That
just heard
was
some
me.
background.
I turned it
Oh,
off.
okay.
I had it up on the TV.
Oh, okay. Jen with 2 N says they're monsoon. I thought that's what they were called.
They do have monsoons?
Yeah, that's what Jen with 2 N's. I thought that's what they were called. They get really
So what
bad,
is a monsoon again?
like high winds, bad storms, and stuff like that.
Like sandstorms, or maybe, or I don't know. It looks like there's a lot of dirt out there to me.
I don't know. I just know what a thunderstorm and a hurricane is. Let me see. What is a monsoon exactly? I just know it's really bad weather.
Yeah, it looks like there's just nothing out there.
Okay, so a monsoon is a seasonal change in the direction of the prevailing winds of a region, causing wet and dry seasons throughout much of the tropics. Blows away.
Santa Ana winds probably changed to something else.
Vapor said monsoon season creates a lot of flash floods. K-Bird says, I wonder if there are deserted mines out there.
They said there were a lot of quarries out there.
Mm-hmm.
So
that would make a lot of sense. That's what it looked like.
That there's a lot of holes in the ground. That's probably why there's sinkholes, because one of y'all were saying a while ago there were sinkholes.
Yeah, that's what somebody was asking on in the comments on Facebook, if they had checked around where the sinkholes are at.
I mean, Williams looks like it looks like a town of what? 3, 4, 5,000 maybe? I don't know. No, probably not that many. Probably 2,000.
I wouldn't say over 5 though.
No,
for sure. It doesn't look like it's a very. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's just like a small little town.
And the ground out there doesn't look like you could grow anything to me. And maybe it grows
just looks
everything.
Like desert, honestly.
It looks like you couldn't get anything to grow if you had.
Yeah, that's all it looks like. It's just desert with some trees popping up here and there. And no houses where her car was found. That's what's creepy. Her out there by herself, and like no houses, no cell service or anything like that.
In that Road 6, what is called Forest Road 6 in the Kaibab National Forest,
Mm-hmm.
I looked at it, and it's like a 4-wheeling trail almost.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, a 4-wheeler trail.
I mean, you might could take a car single lane for a ways or two, but I don't know. It just.
Okay, so as of 2023, Williams, Arizona has a population of 3,365 people.
Sounds about 2,500.
Yeah, it's not a very big spot.
I don't know. There's something about this case. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. I don't know.
So since we knew that she smokes, I wonder if I mean, I'm sure they have checked all the gas stations and stuff, because I'm sure if she bought those cigarettes out there, whoever she got them from would remember that purchase, because those are like the most expensive cigarettes you can buy.
What did she smoke? What kind?
American Spirit.
I've never heard of it.
They're organic, so
Okay.
a lot of people in California smoke them, but
Is it?
nobody outside of there. Not very many people outside of
I
there smoke them.
wouldn't.
So you remember, like, that's what I smoke.
Dude.
When you buy them from a store that you can tell never sells them, there's like dust on the top of the pack and they taste stale.
I wouldn't even think they would probably carry them.
They might. They
don't-
must have, because she had that picture of it in her purse.
Yeah,
but
there was the
somebody
one with
that
her.
smokes a brand like that. I know because I used to be in the C-store industry. You smoke a brand like that, and you know it's not going to be in every store you buy a carton or according to how much you smoke before you go on a trip across the country.
Yeah, we used to
I
own a
don't-
tobacco store, so she might have bought a carton, but they're more expensive in California than anywhere else in the U.S. So she might have bought a carton in Phoenix maybe before she left.
An organic tobacco.
I don't think I've
Mhm.
ever seen those up
You
here.
hadn't seen them? They're in almost every. I haven't found a gas station that doesn't have them, but like I said, if you go to a store that you know people aren't smoking those cigarettes at,
Yeah, they have a
and you
lot
get
in
a pack,
stock.
it's like it's very stale, and there's like dust usually on the top of it. You just have to like knock the dust off of it. But whoever sold them to her, if she bought them anywhere around that area where she was at for over 5 days, so over 5 days, she probably had to, if she didn't bring a carton, she had to stop somewhere and bought them, and somebody had to look at her sideways for buying
American
them.
Yeah.
Spirit is made by the famous Reynolds Tobacco Company, which is originated and is right here in where I live. So
See, next time I go in the gas station or the local store here, y'all gonna have me looking for that type of cigarette to see if they sell them.
Get me a pack of American Spirit, the blue one.
How am I gonna get them to
Ours,
you 3 hours away from me?
Tell me how much they cost. I want to know how much they cost over there.
Okay, I'll find out. Go ahead,
But
Lady
they're-
V.
Sorry.
Lady V, can you hear us?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just saying that we find it in some of our gas stations here too, and they're like $12 a pop.
Oh my
or something.
god.
Yeah,
if
they're like
you guys,
11 over here.
if you guys that smoke, go online and pull up the website of the brand you smoke and start signing up for every promotion they got, and you'll start getting coupons in the mail.
You can get them on the website now.
And you can save a lot of money, but I'm just saying, do it.
Oh no, I
You
do
can
it
save
with
some
mine.
money, especially if you buy by the carton.
Mhm.
I'm up for sure, but like, we have a store that's literally like 5 minutes from my house. That's out in the middle of nowhere also. And
Ask them if they ever sell them. If they have them, how often do you guys sell those? They're gonna be like, never.
I wonder, well, we have a dollar store that's like 3 minutes from my house. I'm gonna have to find out if they sell them there too.
Our dollar store does not.
Okay, well, if they don't sell them down there in the dollar store, they probably ain't going to up here either. I'll just find out from the store that's out here.
Yeah, but I'm fairly certain that if she did buy them, because she was there for more than 5 days in that area, if she did buy a pack out there, they'll remember.
Yeah.
And then another thing was, she told that officer that she'd been smoking, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was thinking about it. What if she had to meet up with somebody there to get that?
I don't know. When you go on vacation, you don't tend to have connections in every city.
So you just bring
And-
your own, I guess. I don't know. I don't know about that.
That's what
Well,
I
I
would
mean, it
do,
could
but
have
I'm not
been-
going.
It could have been that she was maybe meeting someone for that. It might have been something that went wrong.
That's what I was kind of wondering,
I don't
because
know
we
about
all
that, guys.
we all assume that she just left her car there.
Yeah.
But what makes us assume that she left it there? What if it was just kind of dumped there?
What was
Or what
done?
if they,
Well,
you know, I don't know.
You talking about a vehicle?
Hmm?
What are you talking about that was dumped? Maybe.
My question was, what makes us?
Hold on, your sound
oh,
kind of broke up.
you went
What
out.
if it was
Okay.
just? Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can now.
What makes us all assume that she just left the car there, like up and left on her own for a while? Like, what if it was dumped off there?
You could be right. Somebody could have taken it there and just dumped it and let the tires out to make it look like it was something else. That could have very well happened.
And use the sleeping bag for some other purpose, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's just something about this case that we've got. It's just something's different and we don't know.
I wish JLR would go out there because, like me and Scarlett were talking about earlier, he really does ask everybody he sees questions. He's not afraid to talk to people.
Yeah.
He does a really good job when
And he
he's on the
knows
ground.
what to ask.
He really
He does, and he's not afraid to talk to anybody. You know, who was it? House that they were at the other day, and he started talking to the son, and the son was like, "I don't even like my dad." Remember on the front porch?
Oh,
like,
that
JR
was
will talk to
that was
anybody. He doesn't care.
Charlotte Cena. That case, the guy that
Yes.
kidnapped the little girl. Yeah, the dude was up. The guy that kidnapped her, his son, was at the house whenever they went in with the search warrant.
That takes like a major bravery just to like shout out to the people on the porch at the house where, you know, like pretty much
Hey,
the crime scene.
all they can tell you is no.
I know. That's what I admire about his style of reporting.
It
Like,
wouldn't
he's not
bother me
afraid
in
to
the
ask.
least.
Will you go to Arizona then?
I can't go anywhere right now. I have to take care of my mom. I barely leave more than a few miles or more than an hour away from the house. I used to when I wasn't in the situation. I'd go anywhere. I'd go halfway around the world.
You seen where SF investigates? He's out there now. That's good.
Yeah, he got out there.
A top secret source about tomorrow.
I want to say, didn't he say that he talked to the parents and the private investigator that they had hired?
SF?
I'm not sure,
Yeah.
but the parents hired that Brian Hinton or Benton. Brian Benton, I think.
Brian Hinton?
Hinton, that might be right. I think they're tied with the parent. He is tied with the parents.
Wait, Brian Hinton is a journalist.
Yeah, he's looking into stuff for these people. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I need to go back and watch the interview that he did because I haven't got to see it yet.
Somebody needs to be boots on the ground there because it's like you don't get pictures of the media showing you the law enforcement presence and them running around doing searches, and you don't get a sense of what's really going on and the activity that's happening around her being missing. You're just reading stories and you don't have a visual aspect to any of it. It's what I'm trying to say.
Mainstream media is not showing it. That's why.
Exactly.
So you get a YouTuber or a blogger or something like that that can go up there and we'll get to see it.
Yeah, I want to see a picture of 100 people walking across the forest, you know, with sticks looking around here and there, and you know, people putting out signs and flyers, and see what law enforcement and what people are actually doing. And I'm sure they're doing everything they can, but I just
because I want to say SF said that he was. I know he was bringing a drone, but I can't remember what he called it. It was either thermal or
something like that. Yes.
Yeah, that he was bringing.
It was real high tech, they said.
Because I know that there was another case that I'd seen, because I follow him on Twitter, and he was talking about like whenever he goes out into the desert, he marks his spot because he goes in by himself, and then he'll let people know whenever he comes back out, and he has the drone out there with him. And I forgot what case that was. He was looking in houses or going over houses with it.
And he found a girl not too long ago, I think in California somewhere.
Oh, really?
SF actually has he posted 4 hours ago, and he's got a drone flight to get a sense of the area after driving about 7 miles in. It's on Twitter if you want to pull it up.
Yeah, I've seen most of the stuff that he's tweeted today.
It's only 17 seconds long, but I didn't know that. I'm watching it right now.
Yeah, I can't remember what the drone was. It was thermal or something, thermal heat seeking, something like that he's going to use to try to help out.
I'm looking at it now. It's not dense woods, but it just goes on forever, and it all looks the same. So if you did start moving around this area, you would have everything would look alike. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because like here,
Yeah, he
Whenever
just
I
had,
say I'm out in the middle of nowhere, my out in the middle of nowhere doesn't look like that middle of nowhere.
yeah, you got a stream or a lake or or something that distinguishes it being different. This is just like miles and miles of all the trees looking alike, and they're all about X
Right.
amount of feet apart.
Well, I have thick woods here too. Like we have thick
Yeah.
underbrush here.
It didn't really look like that out there. To me, what I was able to see on Google Earth, it looks kind of like wide open spaces, kind of. And I know some of it gets kind of hilly the further you go, but it seems like, from what I've seen so far, that they would have found her by now if she was out there, because it seems like the visibility is so good, like so clear.
Yeah,
See, I'm wondering if they're flying, doing air search and using thermal protection. So if she is somewhere, and I hate to put it that way, but
I know they did say that immediately, as soon as she was reported missing, they immediately started ground and air search, but they didn't say what type of air search.
Well, remember
Like if there
SF
was,
posted, he said that somebody asked him in that same comment, because he's on Facebook too. I didn't realize that till today, but he was in a group that they created for her, and he said what kind of drones he has, like how high tech they were. And somebody said, oh, well, that's great. I hope the police department or whatever uses that too. And he said that, yeah, they do have the capability of very similar technology that they've used.
I'll just be glad whenever they find her.
I was looking at the
Hope they do.
comments in Kent's post, and there was a person that said it gets dark and it stays dark, and there are people that live off a grid that most people probably don't even know about.
They're probably mad about all this attention out there.
And see, that's the scary part. You got people that's off grid.
Uh-oh.
She
They
could
don't
have
think
ran
something's
into
going
it.
on. Or they'll think something's real. They'll think it's, that kind of scenario where it's all coming down. Like some real paranoid people out there in those homesteads,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they don't have a clue what's going on, and this random female walks up, and all she's needing is help, and some sketchy people.
Yeah.
Places
Or you
like
see
that.
a bunch
Not
of drones
everybody.
flying over your homestead.
Yeah, because a lot of people like that are very, very paranoid when it comes to stuff like
Mhm.
that.
They don't take strangers.
And I've seen somewhere, I want to say on her Facebook, somebody made a comment that one of her friends live in Flagstaff. I think the other day when I was going through her Facebook, I saw a comment where people were talking about her missing, and they said they were a friend of hers who lived in Flagstaff, which Flagstaff isn't that far from Williams and all that.
This is typical SF investigation. She said, I now have the coordinates and more information, which I have to keep confidential. I will be heading there tomorrow. Thank you very much to Chelsea's friend, who I won't name in parentheses, that made the connection to her family and the investigator. I'll do my best. That sounds just like him.
I wish Texas Equisearch would get out there.
Somebody else mentioned them in the comments too. Did you see
They're
that?
real good. No, I didn't see it. They're very
somebody
good.
had mentioned that, and then somebody else, and I guess must know the family or something, but said that they were gonna let them know and bring that up about them going out there, because I think they don't volunteer. I think they're more of a law enforcement and family have to ask type organization. So maybe that's all it takes is someone asks, for them to go out and help with the search, and maybe they can come up with something.
I just had a good idea.
What's that?
The YouTuber, some of y'all may have seen him. I'm sure some of you have. Heavy D Sparks.
Yep.
He's from out in, I want to say maybe Montana. He's got a helicopter.
Wow.
He can go anywhere. And he recovers vehicles that go like 40 miles off a road that goes to nowhere and falls down a canyon. He goes and gets some of the equipment he has. He could take his helicopter and go search.
Yeah, I mean, the more people they can get out there and search, the more ground they can cover.
Yeah.
And possibly found her. Lulu, who is Susan Powell? Why do I know that name?
Because she was all in those posts about being the one that's actually physically out there looking for her every day. She's a local to that area.
Okay, because Lulu said thought he was going to find Susan Powell.
Oh, I don't know about the last name Powell, but there's a Susan that's in all of those posts, like on Reddit and on Facebook. And she's been going out like every day searching around the area. She's local and she's like really trying hard to find this girl.
What scares me is, and I don't even want to go here, is if she got in the car with somebody that didn't have good intentions, or you know what I'm saying, and the kind of people that live out there off the grid, and you know what I'm saying, survivalist. I mean, she could never be found.
Yeah,
that's what I was
And
kind
we
of thinking.
never know. And I don't even want to go there, so I'm gonna shut up.
That's worst case scenario for sure. That was a bad spot to be, and that's if she was even out there by herself. Because who knows. I just keep thinking to myself, like, we keep assuming that she left the car there, but she might not have left it there. Somebody else may have. I don't know.
She could have got with somebody in Williams, and somebody got her car and took it out there and just dumped it. And I've heard like I say, that eyewitness that supposedly said he's seen her in a gray car or a
and then
woman
it wasn't
with
discovered.
So who knows?
It's scary to think of, and I know she was not new to traveling by herself, but it's just a scary thought that she's out in the middle of literally nowhere with no cell service by herself, and just her and her little bearded dragon. Thank you, Lulu.
I don't know. She's braver than.
It's also kind of comforting to think, though. I read this. I don't know if it's true, but if this is true, it's a little bit more comforting for like a good outcome. Is that her sister just did a art gallery opening a couple days ago in LA?
In Los, yeah, I saw that.
And they were saying how she's connected to like some real big people who also were in that art gallery like opening or whatever, and that she didn't ask those other artists to put any kind of posts on their social media about her sister when they have like thousands and thousands and thousands of followers, and like her bestie is one of the other artists who has so many followers, and they were saying how the sister didn't even ask her best friend that did this opening with her to even post about mentioning her sister to reach more people. So that would kind of show you that maybe she has done this in the past, and that it's not, you know what I'm saying, like it's not as concerning as it seems.
Yeah.
If the sister's not asking for help finding her
life.
That kind of makes sense.
I saw where the sister was supposed to go out there, and the best friend wasn't the best friend doing a book signing or something, and she was doing like she had one solo art piece or something that was there as well.
It's not like she's
some
just
kind of exhibit was what I
and
understood. And I was just like,
straight out there.
If you're doing an exhibit, then I don't know. That was kind of comforting though. It wasn't like, I didn't take it disrespectfully. I took it as kind of comforting that they kind of know like her sister might have done this once or twice before.
Yeah.
Everybody's not stopping their lives to just run 100 miles an hour out there.
Right.
Well, didn't the parents say one of their interviews that like she's known to change her plans?
Yes, and that she does it often. And then I don't know if I just thought I heard this or heard it wrong, but didn't one of the parents say that she had told them, she's not going to the wedding and that she's just going to travel around and kind of hang out, and that she might not be in touch for a few days?
Yeah, not to expect to hear from her for a couple of days.
If that was really said, then that gives me also like more peace of mind on her. But I was wondering, do we know, was that a phone conversation or a text message that was said on?
I heard both on the family. I've heard both ways on that, because I asked the same question and so did Lady B. But
because if it was a text,
heard both. I've heard phone calls.
It seems like the mom is the one who said that she had called them and told them that she wasn't 3 days into the trip, leaving from California. She was in Arizona. She didn't think she was going to make it to the wedding, so she was just going to camp out in Arizona for a few days, and not to expect to hear from her for a few days.
And I heard where she maybe texted her sister and got a call from,
Oh,
or
you
called
know,
her
and that was
mom, or vice versa.
Yeah.
So I think it's
But
both.
but her mom did say that this is not like her, that she talked to them every
you
day.
know, maybe she is just on like a spiritual journey. She was really into all that stuff for sure,
Oh
like
yes.
metaphysical stuff, all that, you know,
Yeah,
Maybe she got
it's
with a
all
friend
new
of
over her
hers.
beginnings, all that
Facebook.
stuff. She'd
Mhm.
said
They
that.
decided to journey out in the middle of nowhere and camp for
I don't know.
7 days or something.
Metamom, it seems like I've heard the name Susan Powell before, but I hear so many different cases and may read and about a case and then not remember it until I go back and read it again and then realize that, yeah, I've done heard of it and just not remember the name. But it seems like I've heard of Susan Powell before. Elizabeth said there's coral snakes in that part of Arizona more deadly than a rattlesnake. Yeah. So
She liked to
that's
walk
what
barefoot.
that's what they were talking about in that picture when she was at the cemetery with her shoes off, that was dangerous because of snakes, and like they basically said there's snakes and everything else in Arizona is poisonous too. I'm
Well,
pretty
In
sure
her
they've got scorpions and everything else out there.
I mean,
her
all those
Instagram, she
hunters,
was
what are they
barefoot.
hunting?
And I mean, she's a very spiritual person, and you know, I think a lot of people like that, like to go barefoot. It's, I guess, like
Hmm
a connection to the earth or something like
Yeah,
that.
they say it's like grounding and stuff. And like on her
Yeah.
Instagram post, she has a picture of her like somewhere I would never be barefoot, and she's barefoot. So I think that's just like more like in alignment with like her beliefs, probably.
Yeah.
And I
Guys,
was looking too.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I've got to pee. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know if it was on one of those Find a Grave apps or where, but I'd found a picture of the cemetery that's in Ash Fork. And I swear when I saw that picture, there's something hanging out, like right when you see the front of the cemetery, there's a fence, and then it has like the square shaped like name of the cemetery. And to the right of that, there's a trash can, and there's some kind of animal hanging halfway out that trash can.
Probably a raccoon or something like that.
It was black. It looked like a baby bear, but I'm pretty
Oh, could
positive
have
there's
been.
not. Are there bears in the desert? I don't think so, huh?
I don't know.
It was cute though, but it looked like a little bear was hanging out of that trash can. I was like, oh my God, she's in the wilderness.
I don't know if they have bears in Arizona or not.
It looks to be like a small, dark brown bear. It's very cute, whatever it was. It was a baby, but it was halfway hanging out of the trash can in that picture at the cemetery.
Oh, poor little thing. He was hungry.
He was cute.
I'll have to look up this Susan Powell now. I
That
hate
sounds
whenever
familiar.
it does, and I hate whenever something sounds familiar, I just can't place it. But I do that with a lot of things. I can read something and then, you know, not even remember it till I go back and read it again.
Well, I guess you go through so many cases.
Oh God, I read so much, it's crazy. See, she was born. Me and her had the same birthday, but she was born a year after me.
You and Susan?
Yep, she's
Oh,
born
wow.
October the 16th, 1981. Maybe I haven't heard. Let's see. December the 6th, 2009, she disappeared. Police began suspecting her husband, Josh Powell, was anything but loving it all. Her case remains a mystery, owing to the strange occurrences that followed her disappearance, including the death of Josh Powell, who unalived himself and their 2 sons in February of 2012. Powell's parents have won an appeal to reinstate $98.5 million in her case. Wow. I don't guess I've heard of it. Maybe I've just heard the name Susan Powell, but never really looked anything into the case. Missing out of Utah. Summer.
Oh, that's kind of funny. There was also another thing they were talking about, a kidnapping recently, but when people really searched it, they said that it wasn't like, she wasn't kidnapped in Ash Fork. She was kidnapped from somewhere else, but she went into a gas station at Ash Fork. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I kind of just skimming through it, I heard something about there was a kidnapping in the area, but didn't really look into it. Like it happened several weeks ago, they were saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But she had been kidnapped somewhere else, like in Phoenix, I believe. And that was just where she happened to get that letter slipped to the gas station attendant. Or
Yeah.
whatever.
Minimum, I'll have to look more into it. I don't know why that name just sounds familiar, and it irritates me when I've heard of something.
Oh, yeah. Gray had done a story on that. I remember that, about how he burned the house down. They all thought he did it. The husband did it for sure. Like, they all thought without a doubt. But I think he was connected somehow. Like,
And then
higher
they're
up.
saying he murdered the kids too and himself later on. She went missing in 2009, and then him and the kids passed in 2012 by his hands.
Mm-hmm.
That is so crazy. I don't get how people want to hurt their spouse or their kids or just anybody in general. I don't
No, I'll never
understand
understand that.
the minds of people. Meta Mom, you're good. I have typed so much stuff in chat before and have typos. Hold on just 1 second, y'all.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm waiting for somebody. Todd just got back. My mom summoned me to get her something, a cold beverage.
She was thirsty.
She loves her Coca-Colas. She doesn't. I've tried to get her
Hey.
to drink less of them, but
Me and her got something in common. Hey, must have got lost. Coca-Colas are good.
I'll drink one a day. And when I drink it, it's good. But
How do you survive on one a day?
I drink water. Coca-Cola. After you drink the first Coca-Cola, it's like drinking motor oil. And I used to work for the guy who's.
What kind of Coca-Colas have you been drinking?
I used to work for the family who bought the rights to bottle Coca-Cola in 1896. And when I interviewed with him, he had a solid gold 6-ounce Coca-Cola bottle in his office. He said, "Oh, I got that from my grandfather when we bottled the millionth bottle of Coca-Cola in 1902. I mean, they are Coca-Cola, or they were. They sold back out.
Yeah.
But
Lady B, thank you so much for being a member for 8 months. And she says, Scarlett, love you and our true crime families. Lady B, we love you too.
This is the best channel on YouTube.
Oh, thank you.
And I don't care what Grizzlies people say. You're better.
Summer, wait, what did Sally make? Summer love drink your water. Sally Mae, Coca-Cola has water in it. It says it right there in the ingredients. You just don't pay attention to the word carbonated in front of it.
I
Jen
don't.
said they do have. I'm sorry. There are bears out there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't know that. There are bears in the desert.
That must have been what it was in that you saw in the picture.
That's what it looks like. A bear's crawling out of the dumpster at the cemetery.
I don't drink pop.
I don't either. I drink Coca-Cola.
No, I don't drink that either.
We drink Cokes out here.
Yeah, I have a great uncle that's from Ohio, and he'll come down here to visit, and that's what he calls Coke. It's pop. And I'm like, it's not pop, it's Coke.
yeah.
No, it's Coke. When I drank, I did drink the Coca-Cola, and I was the same way. I'm like, it's Coke.
Yeah, we call it. All of them are Coke. You know, do you want a Coke
yeah.
instead of like a drink? We say you want a Coke.
Well, that's
true,
Yeah, I do too.
You go to a restaurant in Louisiana or just in the South in general, and they, what do you want to drink? Coke. Okay, we got Dr. Pepper, we got regular Coke, we got Diet Coke,
exactly.
we got this.
You say y'all got Cokes?
Yep.
We got blah 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 blah.
I don't know how people up north drink tea that is not sweet.
That
Explain
is
that
sin. That is
No,
sin.
I
Okay.
don't like that.
And I can drink tea. It's my heroin. If I make a gallon of tea in the morning, I'm gonna drink it all day.
Yes.
I grew up with that, and it had to have at least 1 cup of sugar in it to a gallon.
Yes. Yes.
Mm-mm.
And last year at Christmas time, we went to, and I wouldn't drink it any other way. It had to be sweet tea. And I mean, Southern sweet tea. Last year at Christmas time, we went to World Market, and I was dying of thirst, because this thing with my not enough saliva and all that business. And they had some tea there, and I poured a glass, and there was no sugar or anything around, and I was so thirsty I didn't care, and I took a drink of it, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, I really kind of like it without sugar now." It was the
Good.
weirdest thing. I'm like, I don't know what happened to my brain, but something just shifted. Now I can't. It
It's
tastes like syrup
good.
to me.
Mm-hmm.
I think what it is because I drink so much coffee and so little tea that I'm not used to the sweetness in my drinks anymore, and I can't drink carbonation without it killing me. So,
Sweet tea is like, oh my
yeah,
God.
I
The
agree. It was.
sweeter it is. They've got some tea that you can buy at the Dollar General. It's Milo's tea.
I've had that.
And they
Milo's is
have,
really good.
yes, because they have one bottle that is just regular sweet tea. And then they
the
got
extra
another
sweet.
bottle that's, yes, extra sweet. The extra
Yeah.
sweet is so good. Oh
Oh,
my
I
God.
know. I don't know what happened to me. It's weird. I was like, wow, I can actually taste the tea instead of sugar.
The John Boy and Billy have a good tea if you ever get it. Sell it in the grocery store. It's actually pretty close to homemade.
Milo's is the only one I'll drink that's not homemade or Starbucks, but Milo's is really good.
Well, I'd never heard of it, but we had to go out to the dollar store. The one they just built one about 10 minutes from our house. And we went out there to see if we could get some boxes because we needed some cardboard. And so we go back there to get the boxes off of the carts, and there was probably 300 boxes of this Milo's tea. And I'm thinking, damn, it must be popular.
It must be good.
It must be good. There's no lie, y'all. Literally at least 300.
God.
And so I told Charles, like, I want to go try this Milo's
Just go
tea.
get me a gallon of that tea, honey.
And so he goes in there and he was like, okay, so they have the sweet kind and then they have the extra sweet. And I was just like, buy me a bottle of each. And the extra sweet is it's so good.
I can't never remember which one I like, the red one or the yellow one, because one of them's like, I don't like my tea real sweet at all. And I got to call my doctor and say which color do I.
Even taste sweet. The extra sweet tastes like
I
normal
have
sweet tea
to
to
have sweet tea. I can't, if it's got just that unsweetened tea taste, I can't drink it. It's gotta have sugar in it. But usually I make it homemade, but I'm the only one in my house that drinks it, so nobody else here will drink it. Hey Willie, how are you?
Willie has come out of the forest back to
Willie, hey.
visit us. Where have
He
you
popped
been
up
lost,
just-
Willie?
Just about the time I was going to be ending it, so I'll have to hang out for a few more
Wow.
minutes.
We've been missing you. Get up here.
Pure leaf
Gigi,
is
I'm gonna
gross.
catch
I
up
don't
with
like
your
pure gross. Pure
comments.
gross, y'all. Pure leaf. I don't like it. And I don't like Arizona tea either. Or gold
Milo's
leaf
the way to
or
go.
whatever, gold peak or whatever it is. That shit tastes. It tastes fake.
Was it what is it? Peaks tea or something?
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Milo's is the way to go if you're going to buy it.
Yeah, Milo's is good. Or
Get your butt up here.
see me posting. I'm not seeing the link. McDonald's tea. I can't eat or drink anything from McDonald's. I'm scared they're gonna do something to my food or my drink.
Up, strangers?
Hey.
How are you?
Hello.
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good.
Where have you been?
I wake
You've
up
been
like when she gets
cheating.
off.
You've been cheating on us. I've heard you being
No.
Yeah, you
I
cheat.
commented the other night when it was her birthday, but I
Yeah,
tried to
he
get
did.
on.
Aw.
He
Yeah,
did
you
wish
were-
me happy birthday.
You were only on for like what, a couple hours?
Yeah, I didn't stay on very long that night.
Yeah. So, but I've been trying. I either fall asleep or wake up when you're like just getting off. So,
Well, we've missed you. You've been missed.
yeah, miss you guys too. What are you guys talking about? So, is this the chick from Aruba?
Yes,
That
Natalee.
was early. Yeah.
Yeah, that was what I'd started out with originally and kind of got through all of it. And we kind of moved on to Chelsea Graham, who's missing out. Oh, I hear something, a background noise. Chelsea Graham is missing out of Arizona right now. And
Oh
she's
boy.
been last known contact with anyone was September the 30th. And then they ended up finding her car
Where in
October.
Arizona?
Between her car was found between Williams, Arizona, to the northwest of Williams, Arizona, and Ashford, Arizona. So kind of like
In the middle of nowhere.
yeah, it's literally just
Uh,
like there's nothing out there but just dirt roads.
And
yeah,
junkyards.
Yeah.
that's the one state I'd never ever recommend anybody to move to.
Well, she's originally from San Diego, and she had left San Diego on the 24th, driving out to Connecticut to go to a wedding. And then she got into Arizona, and she calls her parents like a few days later and says she's not going to make it. So she's just going to hang out and camp in Arizona. And she ended up meeting up with a friend on the 27th. And Phoenix was supposed to have lunch with a friend on the 28th, but she canceled and ends up 2.5 hours north of there in Williams. And she was at a cemetery doing a photography project. And a cop comes up on her and has it on body cam footage, and he's talking to her and kind of tells her, you know, you can go sleep at the truck stop. Nobody will bother you, because she's talking about she wanted to camp. And then somehow she ends up northwest of there, and a woodcutter sees her and talks to her on the 30th, and she says everything's okay. She's taking pictures, and nobody has seen or heard from her since. In her car, when they found it, had both of her right side tires were flat.
Oh damn.
And she's nowhere to be found. She has this little bearded dragon, a little pet bearded dragon with her. And the little bearded dragon, her purse, wallet, phone, a sleeping bag, and some clothes were all missing from the car, and the car was locked, and she's nowhere to be found.
Oh boy.
And there's no cell service or anything like that out there.
There's no videos, nothing.
No. I mean, they found her camera in her car, and that's how they were able to get like the last few pictures that she had taken of herself.
Like she is in the middle of nowhere.
There's literally, if you
I
look at it
believe
on
it.
the map, there's no houses, there's no camps, there's no nothing.
There's like no trees, man. It's like
Yeah, I know.
forest.
I met some chick. I drove like cause I lived in like Scottsdale, Arizona, but I drove out to like the middle of nowhere, and I was like I was driving like if I get lost out here, I'm done. Nobody's finding me. Nobody's, you know.
Did you
Like,
have cell phone reception?
Absolutely not. I was in.
That's what all the
like,
locals said, is there's no cell phone reception in most of those parts.
Yeah, no.
And
There's
it
not
almost,
enough people to support having it cost.
yeah,
I believe that. I just wanted to hear like from Willie. If
Yeah,
that
there's
was
only
what
a
it was
couple
like.
houses. Like I think I forget the name of the. It's a well-known city though, but like as you're driving there, you're like, you know, you're driving from town and it's getting like more scarce, and then there's like nothing. You're like, what the hell? Who lives out here? But
well,
there's a
I mean,
few people.
it makes sense. So she gets the 2 flat tires on this dirt road. They're both on the same side, on the right side of her car. And she has no cell service, so she just packed up some stuff, got her little bearded dragon, and they took off trying to hike out to try to get help or get cell phone service. And she come across somebody who was up to no good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's what I
believe
figured.
that. Well, did you see Scarlett? I saw one of her posts on Facebook. It looks like she posted it the day that she took off to head on this trip. And on there, it's talking about like how she's like really metaphysical and stuff. And it's like an energy update thing, it says. And it says, being in nature anytime from Friday to Sunday will help you to integrate, blah, 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 blah. It's talking about like alignments and how it would be great to be out in nature from Friday to Sunday and meditate for like manifesting harmony and peace and blah, blah, blah. That was that weekend. You know, that was the weekend she went missing.
Right.
That's what I've been saying from the very beginning, because it looks like so spiritual, her
Yeah, that was when the
Everything.
equinox happened. So,
Oh gosh, I hadn't thought about that. Yeah.
well, that's what she posted on there, like the great equinox, and those were the
I
days that
didn't
it was
read it.
happening from and to connect with nature. And she was definitely out in the middle of nature.
Yeah.
That would maybe
So,
explain why she was there.
At the end.
so she's just gone now. Everybody's trying to find her.
Yeah, they've got searches going on. The family is, her parents live out in Connecticut, and they hired a private investigator. And there's nothing. There's no sign of this girl anywhere.
They've already used like the drones and stuff. Can't find her.
Yeah, they did.
Hey, listen,
Search-
remember, I kind of, I don't do that cry wolf shit. So after those couple instances where they lied about being kidnapped, I'm just gonna wait it out.
Yeah,
I mean, she
her
did tell her parents that y'all might not hear from me for a couple of days.
Yeah,
so.
she did tell
There
them
you go.
that.
And her ex-boyfriend and another guy tried to start a GoFundMe, which was a fraud, saying they were going to search and they needed money
Yeah.
for sleeping bags and.
Well, there was a
blah, blah, blah.
GoFundMe for the chick that found a kid on the side of the highway too, but what
Yeah.
happened with her?
Yeah.
I don't
That's
do
why I'm
GoFundMes.
just waiting.
I think though Chelsea's case, I think is a little bit different than what Carly Russell's is, because she
Oh,
did
yeah.
let her parents know, it's like, hey, I'm gonna be camping in Arizona. Don't expect to hear from me for a couple of days. But that was like on the 27th or 28th of
Mhm.
September.
But she's
And
been like crying too.
It's been like
Yeah.
18 days. I think it started out as a spiritual quest,
Yeah,
and
it's
I
too
think it
long.
turned into something by somebody
do too.
rando.
Yeah.
Somebody
That-
rando. She was in the real wrong place to get
That's
that
what I
energy.
think.
right.
That's what I think too, hun. Totally.
Yeah, but
I just
somebody
hope
had cell service out there. Somebody, if
You would hope.
if somebody took her, somebody had something out there. I don't know.
We need
I know that one of the
JLR on.
firefighters said that they had, whenever they were up where her car was found, he said he had to leave from that area and go to a different area just to get cell phone service.
That's what
Crazy
the
too,
best
because like for the
satellite
past 2 or 3 days, I've been watching a lot of cases that have been solved from CCTV cameras and stuff, and like it's crazy how many cameras are out there that you don't even think about. So to
Right.
not have is there any cameras at all that have her going to this location and not return,
I
stuff
mean,
like that?
there's the body cam footage that when the cop talked to her, and then he told her to go to the Love's truck stop that she could sleep there overnight, nobody would bother. I'm pretty sure they have cameras there, but that town only has 3,300 people in it.
Oh, Jesus.
The other little town,
Where her car is at is like
Ashford,
300 and something.
yeah, it's 300-400 people. It's literally just like nothing there. So,
Damn.
and then where her car's found, there's absolutely nothing. There's no houses. It's just a bunch of dirt roads.
Buried
boy.
the Hills Have Eyes movie, if you've seen that.
Yeah. That's a good movie.
100%. That's what the town looks like. It's junk cars and RVs flipped on their sides. Like there's probably 20 houses in the whole town, and they all have
Yeah.
like 50 cars.
No,
in
like
their
I said, when
driveway.
when I drove
It's
out there,
creepy.
I thought I wasn't coming home. Like,
It's really creepy.
yeah, I mean, it was they weren't used to seeing like outsiders out there. I'll tell you that. I could tell.
Yeah. And she would have definitely been an outsider and just walked up to, like, if she was able to come across a house that's out there in the middle of nowhere and these people are off grid and don't know that there's a missing woman or, anything like that, and she just walks up to these people's house, people like that don't accept.
They don't take strangers.
Yeah, they don't like it.
I'll
And
take you. I'll eat you though.
I've
And-
never seen it on a map exactly where the car was found, but I wonder if she had to drive past any of these homesteads to get to that point, and someone in one of those houses seen her going out there.
I think it's in the national forest, the Kabob National
Yeah,
Forest. So I
Kabob or
don't think
something
there
like that.
are any
National
houses.
Forest.
I didn't realize it was that far up to where it was actually in the actual forest part yet. But
Yeah, it's pretty good
I
ways.
haven't seen it on a map. Have y'all seen it on the map where it was?
I have, and once you go past the original building, like the National Kabob, Kayab, I don't know how to pronounce it. National Forest, there's like a little building there, and then when you go on the Road 6, there's nothing. And I don't think you can even. I think it's restricted. You don't. It's.
Yeah, there's no type of street view. There's nothing like that. They're saying that these roads have volcanic rock like on the shoulders of it, and so she might have got off on the shoulder It could have popped her tires because they're sharp, the rocks are, and that could explain the 2 flat tires on the right side.
Yeah, I guess, but 2 is a hell of a coincidence.
And then this abusive ex-boyfriend and another guy shows up in the area where the car is after they're saying that she's missing, and he's claiming that he's her fiance. He started a GoFundMe, want $30,000, him and this other dude, for camping equipment because they're going to search for her and all this and that. And
That's weird.
yeah,
I just remembered something else that I'd read on Reddit, and I don't know how true it is, and I'm not team ex-boyfriend. Like, I don't think that he did it at all. I just think it's a coincidence. But it was saying that she had harassment charges pressed on him, and that it was public knowledge. If you looked up the courthouse, which I didn't look into it that far, I don't like to click links on Reddit. And so anyway, it was on Reddit,
Right.
but they said that she had pressed charges for harassment on him like a few weeks before it had happened, and the charges got dismissed. But she'd also done it again right before she had left town, and those charges were still pending with like a date to go to court over harassment charges from him to her for the second time.
His sister did say he was wanted. He was a wanted criminal. That she didn't go into detail about, what is he wanted for, anything like that. But
I mean, that's hearsay
allegedly,
on Reddit that it was him that she had pressed
right.
harassment charges on, and that's when
Yeah.
she took her trip.
Well, allegedly, this Elias guy that was with PJ, the ex-boyfriend, has said that PJ was acting delusional and ended up physically threatening him, and Elias had to call the law on him, and then that's when PJ ran. I don't know how true it is. I don't know the connection between PJ and Elias, how they met, or anything else. They're just both very sketchy people.
Yeah, this sounds like 80% of the crime stuff I've been watching the past couple days. Like, somebody goes missing, and they track down their whereabouts, ping, 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 and then they got somebody, and somebody confesses. Like, something will happen soon.
But apparently law enforcement has said, according to a news reporter that was doing a report from Oceanside, says that the sheriff has said that all the ex-boyfriends have been cleared.
Yeah, I don't think he did it. I was just wondering if anybody else knew about that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, because I've learned a lot last week too. That they clear a lot of people just to follow them. Like they'll clear you.
Yeah.
Just
trying to get them
so
to
they
slip
can.
up.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
I guess I've learned a lot, and I've compared it to the main case that we've been talking about for many months, and nothing adds up with that side of it. But yeah, I've learned a ton.
He'd have to be like the dumbest criminal on the planet, though, because he keeps putting himself out there, like, live streaming
seriously.
constantly and like throwing all these GoFundMes for 30 grand. Like, if he's really the one that did it, he's really an idiot. Like, because he's putting himself on the front of this search party.
He's out there like that.
He's out there like 24/7 with it. I feel like that'd just be crazy if he did. Like, why don't you just go ahead and confess?
I think he knows where she's at.
You do?
Either that, or
somewhere.
like I said, she hiked out because she couldn't get cell service, and because she's has wilderness experience.
Yep.
So she probably felt comfortable just grabbing some clothes, her little pet that's with her, a sleeping bag, maybe some food, and her credit cards, debit cards. But there's been no credit card or cell phone activity since then either. But she probably felt comfortable enough to walk away from her car to try to find help, to get her tires changed. Her parents did say that they told her before she left that they, something happens to your car, there is AAA, you can call them or whatever. And that might have been what she was trying to do, and ran into some random crazy person out there.
That's my bet, is a crime of opportunity.
Yeah.
I am really curious to know whether she left the car keys in the car, because she locked the doors and she left her camera.
Yeah, but like KK said, we don't know that she put the car there. She could have.
It could have been dumb.
I keep asking myself that too. We'll be like, why do we all keep assuming that she left the car?
That's very
we
true.
Just assume that. I don't know why we all assume that, because it was such a remote spot. There was nothing there that would have drawn her to that spot. Like, there's just nothing scenic to go see. It just felt weird.
Apparently, though, this is where her car was found, is where the woodcutter dude talked to her.
Yeah.
Well, it says it was in the Ash Fork area, but I could never pinpoint that either to where the hunters found her.
I
They were
haven't
very
found
vague
anywhere
with
that
their.
it
They're
say
very vague
what.
with their location.
Yeah, I haven't seen anywhere on the net where anybody has pinpointed that actually where this is where her car was.
That's what I was asking earlier. Do we know exactly where it was filmed? Because they're very secretive about it.
Just
And Ash Fork's pretty big. And then you're saying the
all
Kebab Forest, that's way out.
If
To
you
me, it looks like outside of Ash Fork.
if you go on Google Earth, you can go to that forest I was telling you about, and
I
they're
seen
all
it, but it
and
looked
that
like it was
road
up
six.
ahead of
Then
it.
you can't follow it because it's like a 4-wheeling trail. So I don't know.
It looks on the map, though, to me, that Ash Fork ends before you reach that Kebab
It
Forest or
does.
whatever.
It looks like it's on the west side of Ash.
I wish
the
they would be more specific.
what was that lady's name that she stabbed her boyfriend in the shower and then shot him? What's her name again?
Oh, I can see her face. I see her face right now. Jodi Aries.
Yeah, that chick. A couple days ago, they came out with all the stuff that they've gathered over the years and stuff, and like documentary on that shit she's nuts.
Oh
Like
my
that
God, so
chick
nuts. So nuts. Did you hear
is
that 911 call?
yeah,
That
fucking
911 call
handstands, all of
reminds
it.
me. It reminds me of what we're going to hear when the Idaho call comes out. I feel like that's why the Idaho call didn't come out, because people were all over the phone passing it back and forth. It's going to sound like that phone call, where they're describing
Definitely.
everything. Like,
Yeah,
I didn't follow her case.
that
holy
was the
shit.
craziest 911 call I've ever heard.
What about the
She's an idiot
Marlon
though.
who was on
Yes, she
Fans
is.
Only? Who is that the one y'all were talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of evidence. I don't know why, like it was so, I guess, viral because
Because she looks
everything
like
was on
Casey
damn.
Anthony, like a cute broad.
Yeah, I guess that's why I'm assuming because like everything was on the camera. Like,
Yeah, it was. Everything was there. Like, there was no questions about it, honestly.
But yeah, Scarlett, if you have like an hour and some change on that channel that I'm always bringing up, what's it called? Explore with Us. They came out with a documentary on.
Oh, I like that one.
Yes, and it was her, and she's she's sitting there doing handstands and shit.
Yeah. In the
Oh,
interrogation
God.
room, yeah.
In the
Jesus.
interrogation room.
Yeah. She is
Wow.
nuts.
Trying to be cute.
Oh, God.
I mean, she seems. I mean,
You'd
She's
date her, wouldn't you, Willie?
famous.
Yeah.
You would have dated her, huh?
No, hell, no, absolutely not. But there is one chick that I'm absolutely infatuated with now, and
Oh my
I'm just waiting to
God.
see how it plays out next year.
Next year.
Tell
Yes.
us, come on, Will. You can't leave us hanging. Tell
All
us
right. Well,
more.
listen. I don't know why the hell there's not a lot more people covering this case, because if I had a fucking channel, I'd cover it every single minute of every day, which is the case out in Massachusetts with
Karen Reed.
Karen fucking Reed.
Oh, my
Okay.
God. I tried, dude.
Oh my God, Willie.
I tried to get into that case. There are too
I
many
got into it
moving
in the
parts
first
with that
10 minutes.
case.
I think they framed her.
I think it's 1,000%
Oh,
easy as
yeah.
hell to see that there's some
Law
foul play.
enforcement covered up for
I
their own.
agree with that.
And
I mean,
There's
I
too many
just
people, too many moving parts with that case, dude.
Got
You know how
dogs,
hard it is
got
to
dog
start
bites.
on a
Scarlett,
case when it's been going on for months.
I have never seen something so obvious though. Like I've never seen something where it's like, okay, we obviously know what the truth is, but but it's like it can't. That's so crazy to think about that.
Can't
Like
make it up.
we have to
Yeah.
stay with like what we got. But then when you add in everything, like 11
Boy
people
getting
leaving.
arrested.
Dude, listen, there's no way that 11 people left the house and nobody saw the dude laying in the yard. Number one, and number two, there's no way that those bites on his arm are not from a damn
They're
dog.
from a dog.
And the guy got rid of the dog.
And the guy had a dog that had bit several people and on record with a dog catcher.
See, I knew about bite marks, but I didn't know he had a dog. And
No, he went to the after party when they went to the bar at this guy's house who had a German Shepherd who had a history of biting the shit out of people. And I mean biting. And he literally, his arm, when a dog comes up to you and bites you, what's the first thing that human does? They throw the arm out.
The arm.
That's where he got bit.
Thank you, my friend.
I mean,
that's what I was going to bring up next.
It's 101, and that's what the wounds are.
Yeah. No fucking way. There's no way that they're saying. So they're saying that So they're basically saying that they drove to a party from a bar, and he still had a damn glass in his hand, and there's glass embedded in her bumper. Get the
Yeah, you
listen,
can't
kiss
embed
my
glass in a bumper. It's
dude. Listen,
impossible.
that
But
is
didn't she back into his vehicle when she was leaving his house that morning?
He's
well, yeah,
supposed
it's
to
on
have
the
Out of
yeah,
the
glass.
yeah
yep.
on the camera outside their house. It shows
Where are
she
you gonna
backs out of the driveway into his car.
Well, I want to know how she hit him in. I want to know how if she's backing up, how she hit him, and he flew across into the damn middle of the yard. I mean, there's so much. Yeah, I mean, there's so much that if that guy Albert, whatever, wasn't a cop, that dude would be locked up.
And fellow law enforcement covering for him. I think
Guy
so too.
ripped
I
up.
told him earlier. I saw.
I mean,
Yeah.
it seems like an interesting case, but God, there's so
Oh my
much
God, Scarlett.
I thought it was going to be open and closed in the beginning. I thought she was
Me
innocent. Like,
too.
this is going to be easy to prove. Like, these cops are all corrupt. And then all of a sudden, this turns into like this big, huge shit show. And I'm just like, okay, I can't follow it. This is too much.
Well, I
This is
thought
crazy.
she was. Well, I thought she was screwed for. I'm not going to sit there and side with her. So until I saw the evidence, I'm like, oh, there's no freaking way.
Take a glass like you get a cocktail in.
No.
How? What part of a car you can back into that glass or a person holding it?
Well, you're not going to make me
in the car. That's impossible.
Exactly. So that means he had to get out, go to the back of the car. She backed up, accidentally hit him, killed him, and then nobody saw him laying there for the whole time. When everybody left the party, nobody. And these are cops, Scarlett. So that means
they had a snow remover that came there twice that night.
No, it makes no sense.
He never saw him.
Well, I mean,
I'll try to get into it, but it's a lot.
I mean,
I just seen a post where somebody was dead in their front yard for 2 days, and somebody cut the grass. The landscapers cut the grass around the dead body because they thought it was a Halloween prop.
I saw that too.
Oh, good.
Was that in Louisiana?
God, I hope not. I don't know. I didn't read the whole thing. I just saw it. I was like, oh my God.
They thought he was a prop.
They thought he was a prop body.
How
they
are
cut
you?
the grass around him.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so
Turtle Boy got arrested, Willie.
She's my crush.
Oh my God. You're on the app with her, aren't you, Willie? On the app where you can
listen, let me tell you something. If she was locked up, I'd write her a letter right now.
She is locked up. Oh no, she ain't, is she?
She ain't locked up.
Oh.
That's weird as fuck if I hit her up now. If she was locked up, I'd write her a letter.
There's too many of y'all out there now, Willie. You have no chance.
She got a nice accent,
Oh my God.
She does.
JC,
she got that
how are
Boston
you?
fucking sexy accent.
I'm good now that I'm home.
Oh my God.
What happened, JC?
I just got off work.
Oh, good.
She works unlike the rest of us.
Hey, I work.
Having a channel is a lot of work.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I'm just kidding. I mean,
I don't even know what sleep is anymore.
Yeah, I don't work, so I respect all of you do, but I worked very hard when I did work.
Yeah, I'm looking.
30, 6 days a week for a long, long time. If you know what dark 30 is, 30 minutes before the light's up, 30 minutes after the light's down.
Yep, I know what that is.
Okay, Bird, listen, she might be convicted, but she didn't do it.
I don't think they can convict her. Really, I don't.
I thought she was innocent in the beginning.
If I put 20K, if I put 20K on BK, I'll put 40K on Mrs. Reed. Trust me.
And you're not that far from her either, right, Willie?
Damn right. You're damn right.
Teacher Mrs. Willie here.
Listen, and those little and cops trying to intimidate everybody in the freaking everybody in the courtroom and shit like that. I don't play with that shit. So I'll go there and to the trial.
Yeah, you're gonna be on that front row with her.
If she gets convicted, Willie's going to be number one on her visitors list.
God, listen, I will. I'll write her every week. Every week.
Protesting out there with your sign.
There's just no way she did it.
I don't think she did. But I didn't follow the case. I just followed the beginning.
Especially. Hey, listen, Scarlett. Imagine this. Somebody in the house that her husband never remember. So basically, the story is that this guy never went. The guy never went to the house. Never made it into the home. Never spoke to anybody in the home. Right. But yet, somebody in the home Google searched how long. How long does it take to die in the cold?
Oh, that was the woman
I thought
that
she
the
did it.
girlfriend called that morning when she realized he wasn't home, and she drove to this woman's house, and they turned around, drove back from there back to John's house, dropped Karen's car off, and then they went looking for John.
Yeah.
That was, what's her last name, McCabe or something like
Yeah,
that. I think
McCabe.
is the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she's in the house searching. How long does it take to die in the cold? But I'm supposed to believe that this chick,
Wait, I thought Karen
Didn't know that there was a
did
dead
Karen do
man
that search?
in the yard.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not.
It
You
snowed
guys, I have
18
a
inches
question.
that night.
Go ahead,
Sally,
JC.
listen, I was born
Okay.
on a Wednesday, but not yesterday.
Go ahead.
Sorry,
Go ahead, JC.
So what was the case where the lady was going like an absolute absurd miles per hour and like kept running over her ex-husband or something like that? Do you guys remember that?
Yeah,
And
some lady out, the one in the Mercedes.
Was he a doctor?
Yes, and I
And was in
believe
the
the
parking lot at
kids
the
were
hospital?
in the
They
car.
got divorced, and he was put.
That's the one she kept going around in circles around that little
Yes.
fountain thing. Yeah, I remember.
At the hospital, he was a doctor.
When
I
was
don't.
this?
Yeah,
It
they
might have
had
been
like
at
a
the
really
hospital.
nice house,
It's been a long
I
time ago.
think. But
Betty,
I-
what's her name? Betty Broderick.
I don't
Maybe.
remember that.
yeah,
Hmm.
I
That might not
remember
be right.
hearing
I think
something
Betty
about
Broderick.
that.
What's it mean? Like if he had road rash, across his whole body, I could buy it, but I'm not buying just road rash on his freaking forearm. Sorry. Like there's just there's too much already that I'm not agreeing with. It's just I just don't like that if the guy who is also, I guess, is a suspect or whatever wasn't a cop, he'd be locked up. I don't like that. That pisses me off.
Oh yeah.
I'll take that money if you lose that bet, all right?
Well, I mean, listen, she might. I said I'll bet $40K that she didn't do it. Now that she won't be convicted, there's no way she did it. No way.
He's got both ends covered, Josh. She may be convicted, but she didn't do it.
Well,
Basically, it's a nothing bet.
Well, you have the whole police department against this chick.
Well,
It's
that
not-
is true too.
It's not like a regular case here. You got,
Yeah.
the other alternative is the freaking police chief did it. So, what do you think they'd rather have?
Oh,
It would
you
take me a
guys,
whole week to get caught up on that case.
I do
Go ahead,
have
Jason.
something to tell you.
Okay.
The chief of police in my hometown was
Uh-huh.
arrested the other day.
What'd he do?
Something to do with like fraudulent money or something.
So, got his hand in the cookie jar.
Like, I don't know exactly. I can't remember, but I'll look it up. I'll keep looking it up tomorrow. And
Okay.
but yeah, like my hometown, like literally.
Is that the guy
That's
that
crazy.
investigated the chance?
No.
it's not
This
that-
is
not
the
that.
this is the town that I actually like grew
Okay,
up
I got
in.
you, Casey. I was just thinking of that other thing we went.
I
I just
have,
watched
like-
the update
I
that
have
chick
several
that slept with the
hometowns,
whole
guys.
police department suing him.
Oh my God.
You should have saw her crying like on whoever the hell interviewed her. She looks way different now.
But I will say this though. The guy that got arrested, you guys, is the same guy, I think, that when he took over, solved a cold case of like almost 25 years or something like that.
In your hometown?
In my hometown, yeah.
Oh,
So
dang.
he's a good guy who just needed some money.
Yeah, the lady's name, I mean, this was a long time ago when he like solved the case or whatever.
Mhm.
And I will cover it on my channel, but a lady went missing from she worked at the bar and ended up missing and wasn't found for a long time, and then the case pretty much went cold for like literally like 20 or almost 30 years.
You guys
And
know?
he's the one that opened it back up and like got all the information, and they ended up arresting the guy in I
got
don't
it
know if it was
solved.
Oklahoma or somewhere, but I'll talk about it tomorrow on my channel. But
What time is your live going to be tomorrow?
I think
Have
2
you guys
o'clock.
seen the guy on the
Okay.
internet,
I'm going to try my
Grady
best to
Judd,
make it.
the
Yeah.
sheriff down in Florida who does the press conference?
Grady Judd is awesome.
They just solved a case with genetic genealogy that was a cold case from 37 years maybe,
Yeah.
and they used the Ortram lab to do it.
There's
Well,
so many
this
cold
guy,
cases.
the guy that they arrested had been a person of interest and a suspect for quite a while. I mean, he's basically the only one,
In
but
one
they
case.
just didn't have enough until a few years ago to. But this happened in 1989 that she was, or no, 1989 that she was killed.
Oh,
So
well, at
this,
least it
so,
got solved.
so this
Yeah.
Natalee Holloway guy is. So did he admit to killing her, taking her?
Oh,
What?
Vandersloot.
Yeah, yep. He finally admitted there was a plea deal made, and he confessed, told what happened to her. I still think there's more to the story, but what he did end up telling that happened to her, he had to do a polygraph and he passed it.
Mhm.
And so he was charged with extortion and wire fraud, and both of those charges carries a maximum of 20 years each. Well, he only got 20 years.
Mhm.
So he'll be sent, I'm pretty sure within the next few days or so, maybe a week, he'll be sent back to Peru because he's serving a 28-year sentence down there for a murder that he committed after he
At the
murdered
hotel.
Natalee. Yeah.
Jesus.
And so he'll have to go down there. He'll serve the 20 years concurrently with the 28-year sentence.
But what did he
And
do with her? Did he say what he did with her? Or
He
no.
put her in the water.
he said that he walked out into the ocean with her and went up to about his knees and pushed her out, and she
Bullshit.
went off into the sea and he never saw her again. I'm calling bullshit on it too because
I was
I'm
there.
saying she would have washed back up.
That's what I'm saying. I was there. So like a couple days before, I stopped hopping on. I told you guys I was in Aruba where she was last seen, and I always said there's no way that like somebody just threw her in the water, because how the waves come in, she would just wash right back on shore.
Right.
So I ain't
They
buying
have
that.
reefs, natural
Okay,
reefs there,
question though. Question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that it's possible that she was eaten?
Yeah, he told her. He hit her in the head with the kick. her
Eaten
first, and
by
then he hit her
sharks?
in the head
No.
with the cinder block.
No, eaten. Yeah,
No.
eaten.
If,
Eaten by sharks.
Why
if
don't
he
you think
took
that?
her out, if he took her out further, I'm thinking there's a boat involved and he's just not bringing that part up.
Yeah,
And
because I
he took
snorkeled.
her out further, and yeah, it's a possibility the sharks could have.
Yeah,
but
because you could
not-
snorkel all those reefs there, and
But
there's
not the way that he's telling the story. Is that
Yeah, I
possible?
don't believe that, because if you walk out, anybody who's been to a beach, if you walk out up to your knees, it's getting washed back up on shore.
Yep.
Like there's just
Plus-
the waves are
plus,
going to bring
like-
it back in.
Plus the reefs there, the snorkeling and stuff. There's no. I'm
She's
just
not
telling you
washing
flat.
out to sea.
Yeah,
Not
there's
no
no
reefs.
sharks. There's no
No,
sharks.
he would have had to put her on a boat and took her far enough out that
Yeah.
the waves could not have brought her back in. And
Yep.
then
Did they
yeah,
have
it
a
is
boat?
his dad was a judge. They had money, and I'm pretty sure everybody on that island has a boat. So
Right.
yeah, so I'm pretty sure, and there was a secret recording of him where he's talking about, and I can't remember if it was a family member or a friend that he asked or he used their boat or had their boat and did whatever it was, but he didn't tell that part in the confession. And so technically what he told was probably true and he passed the polygraph. He just didn't put the whole truth in there.
Was he living in Aruba? Was he a
Yeah, he was
A
staying there
local?
because his
Yeah,
dad
he
was
was
a judge
yeah, he was
At the
from
time?
there. Yeah.
in the
Okay.
Netherlands, and
Yeah,
Aruba
she was
said
just down there
Netherlands.
on a senior
on a
trip.
yeah.
They had
It's just,
just
it was
graduated.
just crazy to me because you don't realize how small Aruba is until you get there. Like you don't understand. Like it's so
Yeah, it's small.
Yeah,
small.
it's
I
not
mean,
very
I've
big.
never been there, but
You know,
I
like
know it's
it's crazy. And then I don't do sharks, so I would tell you flat out if there was like even like sand sharks and stuff. There was nothing like that. I mean, it was the most amazing snorkeling I've done in any country I've been to, and it was just a lot of beautiful fish. So I don't think she was eaten, and I don't think that he just put her in knee-high water and she
Yeah,
just
I don't believe
There's
that.
more to
Load
the
down.
story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think there's more truth to it.
I'm gonna
he's
hop
just being
off.
careful.
Okay, KK, thank you for coming
But
up.
I'll be in the chat. Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Oh,
Have a good
you're
night.
welcome.
Good
You
night.
too.
So yeah.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Yeah, I'm gonna probably be getting out of here in a minute too. It's after 3 o'clock here. But yeah, I think there's more to the story. But her mom is good with it. She's good with the confession. I think a lot of that's because he did pass the polygraph. She's got
Mhm.
her closure.
So I'm sorry.
No,
So
you're good.
so he's gonna go over to Peru and finish his sentence over
Yeah.
there.
And he'll never
Yeah.
come back here in due time.
Then what?
He'll be
Uh,
done.
The only way he would come back here. Okay, Lady B, no problem. The only way he would come back here is if he paroled out early on his case in Peru and he still had time left on the 20 years that he has here.
Yeah, he's got
And
to
it-
2043.
Yeah. And so if he was to parole out early on the Peru case with years left on the United States case, then they would bring him back to the States and he would do it in a federal prison. He would serve out the remaining of his sentence here.
Do you,
But
do you
he's
think he
I
did
don't-
this because he's gonna be serving his time over there instead of over here?
he wanted to stay here in prison.
The sentences are concurrent.
Yeah,
They're
so
not
he'll
together.
serve out while he's doing his 28 years, he'll do his 20 also. And he's gonna get time served from June. I think it was June 8th of this year until they send him back to Peru. All that'll be time served. So that'll be knocked off once he gets down there. Back
So
to
is
Peru.
he just gonna have to serve 28 years?
He's got 15 after that on a trafficking charge, so he'll be in jail to 2043, unless they have good time. But every article I've read said he'll pretty much.
Yeah,
be
I
right
don't
there.
think he's gonna get out early, especially on that murder charge.
So
in
what's the
Peru.
latest what's the earliest he could get out and what's the
Uh,
latest he could get out?
2043 is what I'm hearing.
Yeah,
I've seen
he's
no.
not gonna get out before 2043. I don't think.
Yeah.
But he in 2043 though, he's still gonna be quite young, isn't he?
Well, it's
He's
2023. He's
36
probably
now.
what? 36. He'll be 56.
He's 36 now.
I don't see him living out that long in prison down there, to be honest.
No, because he's already been jumped and everything else
And he
down
looks
there in the Peruvian
awful.
prison.
Yeah,
And I can tell you he's not going to get out early down there on that murder case because the girl that he murdered, her dad was a presidential candidate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just don't see him getting out on that.
Other countries don't play.
And he's
No.
not going to get any time, anything less than 20 years on the case here because there was a plea deal.
Right.
So he's
I
not
will
going
say
to get.
though, like the UK compared to like the United States, they get a
Mhm.
lot of like lighter sentences over there for murder than like here in the
Everybody
United
world
States.
gets lighter sentences
It's wild. I mean,
Well, in Peru, all he got for murdering Stephanie Flores was 28 years just for the murder case.
that's what I'm saying. What
And her daddy was a presidential candidate down there, and all he got was 28 years.
we-
Now,
Well,
he
to
does
me,
have the
you
extra
said
charge.
that, but you figure they would kill him. Like
We
I don't.
have the harshest
Well, I
sentences
mean,
there are.
if he was to get out early, yeah, I'm pretty sure her family may do something.
Yeah.
And he's 36 now?
Yeah, he's 36 now. He was 18 when he killed Natalee.
That was a while ago.
2005.
36, 46. So he'll be 56 when he gets out?
Yeah, he's got 20 more years.
That's not long enough.
No, it's not. He should have. And see, in Aruba, even though he's
But it's
confessed
because
to
of the
murdering,
statute of limitations,
it
right?
ran out at 12 years, and he knew that. So I mean, he can confess to it all
Well,
he
since we're
wants.
getting off soon, I don't really talk, to a lot of people about like my opinions and everything going on in the world. I just have a
Mhm.
quick question. What the hell is going on in this world?
It's
In this
gone
whole
crazy.
world right now, what is going on?
It's out of
I'm mad.
balance. We're looking at World War III if we're not
Like it
careful.
seems like it's a fucking powder keg about to blow up, and it's not
Iran
even like
jumps in the,
a joke
Israel-
anymore.
Palestine thing they got going on. If Iran jumps in that, it's going to be.
That's what I'm saying. Like this is not like a turn the other cheek sort of thing anymore, because
It
the
hasn't.
next couple days could be
Yeah.
not pretty.
hopefully we tell Russia that we'll let them deal with Ukraine and we'll step out of that. If they'll leave us alone in
I'm not worried about
Israel,
Russia, dude. I'm worried about the whole Middle East right now. They're
yeah,
the whole,
we got the Middle East covered, but it's just their allies that.
Well, and then our own country in chaos because we don't have a Speaker of the House.
yeah.
Like, just craziness.
I just don't like the whole thing of like siding with terrorism. I feel so sick to be like just God, I can't even. I don't know. And then they released all the footage of, the shit that happened that Saturday, and it will literally make you like. I felt sick to my stomach watching it. Like I couldn't even watch the whole thing. Like the burning, the shooting.
Like the stuff over in
it's
Israel or whatever.
If you go on, there's a channel called Israeli Defense Forces, and they released.
I've seen it.
A day or two ago, they released all the footage, and it is.
It's ugly.
It's yeah. So anybody who wants to fucking support that, I can't believe what I'm seeing right now in this world of like people standing with terrorists, and I don't know what's going on. I'm only 30 years old, so like I'm still, I'm right there in the middle, and like, I know what happened in 1940s or whatever, when obviously all that shit happened, and like not even 100 years later, we're back here again, and it seems like the whole world's like siding with
WW3.
Yeah, like I don't know. I'm just very
It's a
sad.
human condition. It's the history of
It's awful.
itself. Humans do not have the capacity to get along and live in harmony.
That's what upsets me. Is like that's what upsets me. It's all just greed. It's just if we all just
we have wars.
If we all just chilled and just lived our lives and didn't worry about what everybody else is doing, we'd be fine. Like everybody would be cool. But
it's just much more complicated than that.
Everybody wants more land.
Everybody wants resources. That's the only reason Russia's gone into the Ukraine. I mean, that's the only place over there that has gold and minerals and energy.
Yeah.
I mean,
but to me, I'm not even talking like political right now. I'm just talking about in general. Like the whole world is up in arms right now, and there's riots outside of embassies and like real shit going on right now. With
people have lost the ability to agree to disagree with respect.
Yeah. Well, the issue is
even in YouTube, you get attacked at some of these places.
Well, the problem is information. The biggest problem is information. Is how fast information travels, and what kind of information travels. Because information could
a lot of it is.
So. But yeah, I just wanted to ask you guys if you had idea what the hell is going on, because I'm just watching this like.
It's went mad. That's what's happening.
Scared, to be honest with you.
This world is the most unbalanced I've seen it in my 61 years.
Well, that's what they're saying, and I just, I don't know if they're just saying that or if it's.
No, it is. There are a lot of skirmishes going on everywhere, and the world economy. I mean, everybody owes everybody. China's broke. Russia's broke. We're broke. Yeah. Who the hell's got all the money? And at some point, you got to reset the tab. I mean, it's just.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I was like, yes. I mean, it kind of like died down, but like from yesterday when they thought that Israel hit the hospital and how like the upbringing in the world's going on right now with the riots and stuff, I was like really looking into moving to Greece. Like I might get the hell out of here for a while, depending on how bad it actually gets. But I don't see it settling down because there's still hostages in Gaza, and I know that Israel is going to go in there, and once you go in there, other countries are going to intervene, and then we got a fucking huge issue.
Israel's not going to back down, not after what they went through in World War II.
No, absolutely not, and I don't expect them to.
The U.S. has always backed them in our foreign policy. The Bible tells us that if you
let me ask you a question.
Israel will be blessed. We've always stuck behind them. Well, 2 administrations ago, we gave Iran all their nuclear material in the world they wanted, and all kind of other stuff to appease them, so they vowed to destroy the state of Israel at some point.
I just never knew how much the world hated Israel, because here's the thing, dude. If Mexico right now, like what time is it? 4:15 in the morning. Right now, if Mexico sent 1,000 people over the border and missiles over to us, do you think we'd bomb Mexico tomorrow?
No.
You're damn right we would. Would the world have a problem with it? No, they wouldn't. But yet the whole world has a problem with this country defending itself from literal terrorism that
And
happens.
after they went through what they went through in World
And
War
they
II, when they
have
literally marched them to the damn
and they
gas
have
chambers
and they have
by the
hostages right
millions.
now.
They have a right to defend every damn thing they got in them. So
Yep. And they killed Americans, and they have Americans. I don't know why we're not more up in arms about like what if it was somebody's grandmother or grandfather here that went over to Israel to whatever, and they were taken. How would you feel right now?
well, we got
I've
an
seen that there was
administration
like a
worried about
mother
your
and
damn
daughter too
microwave.
from
Yeah,
that's
200.
from here that's taken.
Yeah, I think there's like 20 some Americans and 200 and
Yeah.
some, all together. So obviously you got to go in there and get the hostages, right? So it's not like they're not gonna.
I don't know. I mean, I agree. You should.
I just think that it's gonna get ugly once they go in, and we're
Yeah.
gonna be
Problem
talking about
is,
this a lot
nobody
more.
goes in.
Best
full
thing we can do
force.
is pray.
Yeah,
Seriously.
and pray
Yeah, I
to
agree.
Jesus, not Allah.
Yeah.
I just hate that they scream that they're screaming that the whole time that they're like committing acts of violence, that they're screaming out, I don't know if it's Jesus. I don't know what they say, Jesus, God, or whatever Allah means, but like they,
It's the same thing, I believe.
yeah. So like they're
Hey,
screaming that
Carrie. Just
as
a
they're,
different name.
yeah. And I don't like that
Yeah.
shit, So, but yeah, I just had to get my rant out because I just,
It's crazy.
The lack of tolerance from certain
yeah.
places and countries. I mean,
We're just not
let
feared
you
right
do
now.
what you want to do. I don't care. Just
I didn't
I want you
realize
to
how
have your
much.
freedom. I want mine. But some countries don't believe that. They,
But I didn't realize how much fear mattered, and now I see that, like, I don't think it's cool to be feared, but I see now that if America's not feared, I see how other countries will act out now, and they're doing whatever the hell they want. And Iran's saying flat out, like, hey, you messed up, we're coming for you.
They
We're
have
gonna.
vowed to destroy the state of Israel for the last 20 and 30
That's
years.
what I mean.
I mean, continually.
And we're scared of Iran. I don't get it.
No, we're not scared of Iran. If we make our minds out, we'll wipe them place off the face of the earth.
Well, you know what I mean.
But we never make our mind up to do that. We pussyfoot around and
Exactly.
we can't do that. Now, I don't want war. I'm not a warmonger. Talk to you, work it out. But at some point,
I just don't know how as
you got to go in there and wipe their ass out.
Well, I just don't know how as an American citizen how you could even like look at Israel and think that they're doing anything wrong at all from the retaliation when we literally dropped 2 nuclear warheads on Japan. Okay. And what did Japan do? Japan came over here. They killed a couple thousand soldiers, and we went over and dropped 2 nukes on their whole world. But yet we have a problem with
killed about way more than
500,000
on one of our army bases. So
that's what I'm saying. So we went over and literally
we had to because their culture teaches them they fight to the very end.
I get it. Trust me, man. I'm with you.
We had to, or they would have fought till we.
Listen, I'm with you, but I'm saying that, like, who are we to say, oh, well, you can't go over and do this to Gaza because, like, but yet we know our history and we did something that was so out of this world that we would bomb another country if they did what we did right now. So we just have to stop being hypocrites and everybody just get along, but it's never going to happen because we have
just not the human condition.
2 sides that hate each other, and I don't know why this country is like that.
Well, it's not so much hate; it's just one side that will not tolerate the other side. I don't have to like you, but I don't have to say you.
And to me, that's not democracy. To me, that's not true democracy because, like, remember, you guys know I'm Greek, so like the Greeks invented democracy, and like over in Greece, they asked the people. Like when they vote, they ask the people to vote. Yes, no, whatever. It's not one person making the decision. So like here, you have 2 sides that don't like each other, and instead of like coming together and trying to figure out a good solution.
No democracy has lasted more than 250 years in history anyway. But they all go through cycles and then they self-destruct.
All right, y'all. Well, I hate to go, but it's almost 3:30. I got to get out of here.
All right, guys.
All right.
Have a great night.
All right,
have a good night, guys.
All right, y'all too. Thanks for coming up. Willie, don't be a stranger.
I'm back.
Let's pray everybody gets together and Greece get along and we don't have war because the war is not good.
Right.
Sometimes it's necessary.
That's right.
Stacey, have a good night.
Sleep tight.
All right, you too.
Right,
have a good night.
Later.
Thanks for coming up. Michelle, have a good night. All right, y'all. So I'm about to get out of here. I love you all. I hope y'all all have a wonderful night. Keep everybody in your prayers. I'm fixing to go try to get some sleep. And I will talk to y'all tomorrow night.